Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Light you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morellia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Gosh, guys, I tell y'all, that's the song, our outro song is so long. Do y'all know it's still playing? It's still over there playing. Dude, it's still playing. Good grief, wait a minute. It's still playing. I can't believe it's still over there. This song got to be about 20 then. I know. It is so funny because I Am Shout was like, we need a remix. And I'm like, shoot, I don't know if that song can get any long. It's like an extra 10 minutes on the damn stream. Oh gosh. No, I was ending one. Okay, let me end that one. Yeah, it's like it's so long, right? It's so long. It's so long. It was playing all that time. We have been over here. We didn't listen to the news, the song. Like, I know. It's the reason why I keep playing it. But it's the longest damn song. You talk about, hey, he talk about a remix. It better be a short remix, because we can't add no more names to that song. Gee whiz. He said he need a remix to the mods. Oh, and therapist, I meant to tell you, SD asks, she wants the inhaler. She wants an inhaler emoji. So when she can't breathe in the chat and they having issues with breathing, they say they want an inhaler emoji. Her and Lynn, one day they couldn't breathe and they wanted somebody to get them an inhaler. I just thought about that when I was thinking about that, thinking about him seeing remixing that song. Okay. Let's get to our Paul case. They still in court. Wow. They usually be done when we get over there, but they still in there, y'all. That's interesting. Because they usually be done when we usually get over there. Oh, we getting out of court real early today. I'm like, they typically be done by the time we get over there. You say inhale me too. Oh yeah, I knew it was you and SD. I knew SD had asked me about it. I knew it was two of y'all in here. Yeah, you and her, because they can't breathe at different points in times. Okay. Okay, well, let's see what fireworks we got in here with the Paul case. Remember, we are listening to this on a playback speed of 1.25. So if anybody requires for me to slow it down, please just let me know. Okay. I have no problem with slowing it down. But right now we're watching it on 1.25 so we can kind of get through the testimony. And when the numbers lady was on there, she was just really boring, but we wanted to listen to it just to listen to it. So not to say that we retained any information, but now if y'all want to know if anybody that I think that's guilty, he's another one like Brian Walsh. Like I can show my biases when I'm biased. Like I don't know how he get out of this, but whatever. I don't even have a way out for him. Like unless the other brother about to get on the stand, I just don't have a way out for him. Dang. But we'll see.
Down once you're comfortable.
I don't know if I like this judge. I can't tell if I like him or not because we haven't really seen him in moral case.
Good morning, Judge. Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastel on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good morning, Judge. Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness, please?
Yes, sir. The state calls Christopher Sorrentino.
Okay. Sir, when you come around, just watch your step as you come up to the witness box. And then if you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
All right, you can sit down. Once you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Christopher Sorrentino, Sorrentino.
All right, thank you, sir. Prosecutor?
You take the oath, Judge? Did I miss? I'm sorry.
I just did it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. You want to do it again?
No. I'm sorry.
You're a double oath.
I need to pay a little more attention.
All right, that's okay.
Mr. Sorrentino, can you tell us where you work currently?
Township Ocean Fire District number 1.
Fire District number 1, you said? Okay, I'm just going to ask. Keep your voice up so everyone can hear you. Back in November of 2018, did you work in the same capacity?
Yes.
Now, did you also serve the Township of Ocean in any other capacity?
Yeah, I'm a volunteer fire department for fire company.
Okay. How many fire companies are there in Ocean?
There's 2 districts.
Can you tell us
Fire District 1 and Fire District 2, and 2 is one massive fire company.
what encompasses Fire District number 1? Which firehouses?
Oakhurst.
Okay. Which one are you a member of?
Oakhurst.
And approximately how long have you been a volunteer firefighter?
Since 2004.
Okay. So could you just tell us briefly, like, what it takes training-wise to become a volunteer firefighter in the county of Monmouth?
Nowadays, it's many hours. A few years back, over the years, it's changed. But now it's about 200 hours of service to the Firefighter 1 Academy.
Okay, where does the Firefighter 1 Academy actually take place?
At the Fire Academy in Freedom.
And is it fair to say that most volunteer firefighters have, like, full-time employment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so when do you go to the Fire Academy? Is it full-time or is it something else?
It's nights and weekends.
Okay. Now, you completed that training at the Monmouth County Fire
Yes.
Academy?
Yes.
What year was that?
2005.
Now, I'm going to take you back to the morning of November 20th, 2018. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a point in time when you were awoken in the early morning hours?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that happened?
We all carry pagers, so when someone calls 911, it's fire call, first aid call, whatever it is, pagers are activated, tells address and what type of call it is.
Okay. And what type of call was this specifically?
It came in as a fire alarm, and then before I left my residence, it was put out again for a fire.
And was that all? Did you learn all that information via that pager that you
Yes.
had? Now, once you got that call, can you tell us what you did specifically?
Got dressed, left my residence, and went to called in service to the county via the radio in the car, and proceeded to the residence for the fire.
So you said you went to the residence.
Yes.
Did you get an address via pager?
Yes.
And what was that address, if you remember?
27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. So you said it already, so I'm just going to ask kind of a stupid question, but you didn't go to the firehouse, correct?
No.
And why was that?
Due to where I live and where the call is, I figured it would be closer for me to get to the residence to assist in whatever I needed to do.
I don't want you to tell us specifically or exactly where you live, but can you describe how close you live to 27 Tilton?
Very close.
Now, when you got the information via your pager about this, first it was a fire alarm and then a smoke condition or fire at 27 Tilton. Did you know when you saw 27 Tilton, like kind of where that was?
I know where the street is, yes.
Okay. How long approximately have you lived in Ocean County?
I don't live.
Now, can you tell us when you got dressed, like kind of what you were wearing?
Jeans and a sweatshirt and boots.
Okay. So, another somewhat dumb question. Did you put on any fire gear?
No.
Okay. Where was your fire gear?
In my truck.
Okay. Now, tell us how you got from your house to 27 Tilton.
I have a department issued vehicle.
Okay. What do you recall? What kind of vehicle you were actually operating?
It was a 2008 Ford F-350 utility truck.
Do you remember the color?
It's white.
So white F-350. Okay. Now, is that vehicle marked, or was that vehicle marked in any way?
Yes.
How is it marked?
Lettering and emergency lights.
Okay. Now, leave your house, correct? Did you get in your truck? Did you get into the truck?
Yep.
Okay. Now, did you activate your lights and sirens or anything like that?
No, I did not.
How come you didn't do that?
Due to the time of day and no vehicles are on the road, and where I was, there was no reason to.
Can you just describe the route of travel from your home to 27 Tilton directionally?
South to west to south again.
Come out of your driveway, you make a left or a right?
Left.
Onto what street?
Gold Indian.
Cold Indian, what do you do?
I go to Asbury Avenue. Make a right.
Okay, then what?
And then a right on the Green Grove.
Once you're on Green Grove, what do you do?
Make a right on the first end of Tilton.
Now, you said the first end of Tilton. How many entrances does Tilton Drive have? And are they both from Green Grove?
Yes.
So you entered the first entrance to Tilton Drive.
Yes.
Would that be the southernmost entrance or the northernmost entrance of Tilton Drive?
Northern.
Southern.
Yes, closer to Asbury Avenue.
Okay. So you make a right.
Yep.
Okay. What do you do? Tell us how you get to the house.
And I just drive around the block to till I find the house number.
Okay. Once you found the house number, where did you actually park your vehicle?
I passed the house and parked just on the bend. The room for the apparatus to come in.
Now, once you park your vehicle, tell us what you did.
I got out. I started walking across up the lawn to the front door to the residence. As I'm walking up the lawn, I hear a voice behind me saying everyone's out of the house.
Did you look back in response to that voice?
I might have turned my head over my shoulder to see where it was coming from.
Did you specifically see a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What did it look like?
It was a white SUV in the street.
Now, once you were told that everybody's out of the house, what do you do based upon that information?
I continued in to verify where the fire was. Realized it was outside of the residence. I went back to my vehicle to grab a couple extinguishers, and then I continued to the rear of the house to start to extinguish the fire.
You exit your vehicle and you go across the lawn towards the front door and you hear that voice. Did you see anyone else on the property, near the property at that time?
No.
Okay. Did you see any other vehicles in the street other than the one you described?
No.
Now, when you talked about fire extinguishers that you got out of your vehicle, can you describe those? Tell us exactly what they were.
They're silver cylinders, and they each have 2.5 gallons of water in them.
So there's no fire suppressant other than just water.
There's water and air.
Now, just before we go any further, I just wanted to show you a few pictures from S1A. Judge, I believe having no objection, there's no objection to me publishing them and having witnesses describe and authenticate them.
Correct, Judge, no objection.
Okay. Can I have that table? Okay, so Judge, for the record, we're looking at S1A, PowerPoint from 27 Stilton Drive. Now, can I have slide 3 of S1A? Mr. Sorrentino, can you tell us whether or not you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, it's built in the house on Tilton Drive.
That's 27 Stilton?
Yes.
Now, does that picture appear to be taken after you've already arrived?
Yes.
Now, does that picture fairly and accurately depict, the way 27 Tilton looked back in November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Can I have slide 9, please? What's that picture show?
The front of 27 Tilton.
Same house we just looked at?
Yes.
Now, you said you approached the door. Did you go inside right away?
Yes.
At what point did you go back to your truck?
After I stepped into the residence, I looked to the right living room area and saw a fire through the rear window and realized the fire was outside of the residence.
So you go in, you make a couple movements, you see fire,
Yes.
Right. but you realize it's outside.
Yes.
So then you exit the home and go to your truck?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you grab what?
My extinguishers.
Okay. And where do you go?
Then I go across the lawn again, all the way to the right side of the house to the rear.
Can I have slide 12, please? Can you tell us what's depicted in that photograph?
The right side of the house and the gate to the rear of the residence.
And can I have slide 13, please? What is that photo depict?
That's the side of the house towards the rear, and the lower corner is the front clip of my vehicle.
Okay, so in that photograph, slide 13 of S1A, you can actually see your vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. Which color vehicle is it again?
The white one.
Okay. Is that where you initially parked your vehicle?
No.
Do you recognize the other vehicle?
Yes, it's one of the fire bureau vehicles.
The other what?
Fire bureau.
Okay, great. Now, did you ultimately enter into the backyard?
Yes, from the gate where that fence is.
When you entered through the gate into the backyard, did you have those first 2 water cans?
Yes.
Okay. When you got back there, what did you do with the water cans?
I started extinguishing the base of the fire around the gas meter and the deck.
Now, when you were back there doing what you just described, was there anyone else back there?
No.
At that point in time, had you made any observations of anyone else on the property?
No.
No police officers yet?
No.
Any firefighters yet?
No.
Okay. Can I have slide 21, please? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's the rear of the residence.
Okay. Can you see the gate that you entered in that photo?
Very little in the left corner.
And then, can I have slide 22, please? What's that show?
The basement window and the gas meter.
And then one more, slide 23, please. You recognize slide 23?
Yes, that's the gas meter.
Is there evidence of fire damage depicted in that photo?
Yes.
Now, do you utilize the entirety of those water cans, fire extinguishers?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do now?
Waiting for the next vehicle or fire apparatus to come to the scene.
Ultimately, do other first responders actually wind up getting to the scene?
Yes, the chief made it there.
Who was the chief at the time?
Michael Fiorentino.
And do you currently serve still as a volunteer firefighter, if you didn't say it?
Yes.
In what role?
Right now, I'm the chief of the department.
Now, then Chief Fiorentino arrived, you said, correct?
Yes.
Where did he actually arrive?
He parked in the neighbor's driveway, right where the gate was that I entered.
So, was that in the same area or different area than the two vehicles we looked at on the other side?
Same area.
Now, once he gets there, what do you do?
I told him that it might be a gas-fed fire. He reached and turned the meter off, and then I grabbed his water cans to continue to extinguish the fire.
Okay. Now, as far as shutting the meter off, did you see him do that?
Yes.
Okay. Was it in this area that's depicted in S1/23 or different?
This area.
Now, you said you got two of something from him.
His extinguishers as well.
Okay. Were they similar to yours?
Identical.
Okay. What did you do?
I went back to the rear of the residence to continue to hit the fire.
Now, at any point during that sequence, did you see any police officers?
I'm pretty sure they arrived by then. I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember the exact timing?
No.
But you said you were the first person.
Yes.
Now, do you use the chief's two water cans to continue to try to extinguish the fire?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
Those ran out, and I believe I got two more from another vehicle. I don't remember exactly where they came from.
Okay. So in total, how many water cans did you utilize at the fire scene?
Most likely 6.
To the best of your recollection?
Yes.
I just want to be clear. You talked about what you were wearing earlier. Can you tell us again exactly what you were wearing?
Jeans, a hooded sweatshirt, and work boots.
Were you wearing your glasses?
Yes.
Did you have a baseball hat on?
No.
Clearly, right? You did not have a hat on?
No.
Have you seen any of the body worn camera footage from the police officers from Ocean Township from that morning?
Yes.
Okay. I sent you at least a portion of one, correct?
Yes.
And when you reviewed that, was it accurate to you?
Yes.
Did you see yourself on it?
Yep. Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit of just about the layout of the area of 27 Tilton. Okay, you familiar with it?
Yes.
Now, are there any other streets nearby?
Yes, there's a side street kind of catty-corner from the house.
And earlier you said Tilton has how many entrances?
2.
North and south,
Yes.
so to speak. Was there a point in time when you utilized those water cans and fire extinguishers and you actually kind of left the backyard?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just to go back out to the front of the house, and then I radioed to county, to the first 2, and gave them directions on what to do.
Was there any point in time that like something more effective than those water cans arrived?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
The fire engine.
And when the fire engine arrived,
He pulled past the house, and then I grabbed a 1 3/4 line off the crosslay, and I pulled it to the rear of the residence.
what did you do once you pulled the hose to the rear of the residence?
The driver charged the line, and I started to extinguish the fire.
Was it more effective?
Yes.
Ultimately, based upon your actions, and were there others there?
Yes.
Okay. Were there a bunch of firefighters ultimately that came?
Yep. Yes.
And eventually, was the fire able to be extinguished?
Yes.
Did that take 2 minutes or more than 2 minutes?
Probably more than 2 minutes.
I just wanted to talk about for a second. Just going to show you slide 52 of S1A. You recognize that?
Yes, that's the front door of 27th Hill.
Okay. Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
Can I have slide 53 of S1A? You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
The foyers and a steps to upstairs.
Where'd you go? In relation to that picture, you're using that picture as a guide. Where did you go once you entered the home?
I stepped in and I went to the right, just past the door.
Okay. Can I have slide 54 of S1A? What's that photograph if you know?
That's the family room that I stepped into and looked out that rear window.
Can I have slide S1A, slide 57, please? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's the rear window.
And that rear window, what if anything, I know you said it right, but for purposes of using the picture, what if anything did you see outside that window when you first entered the residence?
Flames through that window.
Okay. And you said based upon observations in and through that window, you did what?
I exited home back to my vehicle to grab the extinguishers to go back to the rear of the residence.
I don't know if you said it, but when you first approached the door, were you holding anything? Did you have anything on you?
I was probably holding a portable radio in my hand.
Is that something that you would normally do at a fire scene?
Yes,
Is it something you remember doing at this fire scene?
yes.
You mentioned earlier communicating with the fire chief, I think it's Fiorentino, when he first arrived, correct?
Yes,
And that's before he turns off the gas.
yes.
And could you just tell us exactly what you said to him that made him turn off the gas?
I said I believe it's a gas-fed fire, and then he grabbed a wrench out of his vehicle to turn it off.
Okay. And when you say you believe it was a gas-fed fire, could you just explain, like, based on your experience, why you thought that?
Around the meter, there was blue flames.
Now, can I have S76? I mean, approach, Your Honor.
You can. Can you spell the chief's name for me?
Fiorentino?
Yeah, can you spell it? Sorry.
Fiorentino.
Fiorentino.
Orentino.
Let me show you.
Thank you.
Sure, indeed. I'm going to show you what's marked as S76 for identification. Do you recognize what's shown on this disc, what it says?
Yeah, body cam footage from Wilkowski.
Okay. Now, I think you said it earlier, but did we ask you to review a portion of Officer Winkowski's body-worn camera from that morning?
Yes,
Okay. Did you review it?
yes,
And was it accurate?
yes.
Permission to publish?
You got it.
Minute, Judge?
Yep, go ahead. Just tell us the time frame.
Yes. Approximately 150 to 248, so 150.
Hey, is everybody out of the house? Hey,
Just gonna pause for a second for the turn on.
Yeah, we're doing that now.
Thank you.
Just go back a little bit because,
Just for the record, it's a 57-second clip, which
Okay.
is approximately that time frame that I indicated.
all right.
hey, is everybody out of the house? Yeah, doors. Hey, watch your head, watch your head.
Go back just a second. We're paused at 9 seconds. Do you recognize ultimately who the person is in the middle of the screen?
Yes,
And who's that?
that's me.
To fairly and accurately depict like what you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And what did you just do? Where did you go from one place to another in that first part of the clip?
Yeah, I came from the back of the house, back out front.
Okay.
Yeah, we got moving down the street. Yeah, one's right there. I need to towards the rear of the house. Nobody's here.
Any flashlights in that clip? Anybody have any flashlights?
Just the one from the patrolman.
That's not gonna help. Go. Everybody got it now? Yeah, sir. We're in a cut spot.
Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And what were you doing there?
Walking back out to the front of the house.
Why were you walking up the front?
At this point, my extinguishers were empty.
All right, there's nothing you can do. Let's get out of here.
You see at the end of that video, it kind of depicted a view north in the backyard. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. The camera, the patrolman was pointing north.
yes.
Did you go around to that side of the house at any point during this sequence?
No, very later on.
After that clip, is that when the fire engine actually arrived?
A few minutes later, yes.
Now, after the fire is extinguished, did you make observations of fire damage to the rear exterior of the home?
Yes.
Can I just have, go back to the PowerPoint, sorry, Joe. S1A, slide 21. I think you already indicated that picture is accurate based on your recollection.
Yes.
And does that fairly inaccurately depict at least that portion of the fire damage?
Yes.
Did you ever go inside after the fire was extinguished?
Yes. Very later on.
Okay. And where did you go?
Inside, went upstairs and to the basement.
Your Honor, I have no further.
Cross.
Mr. Sorrentino. The vehicle that you were driving, you described as a, it's an F-150?
350.
Sorry, 350?
Yes.
Is it 350? That's a big truck.
Yes.
Okay. It's a utility truck, you said?
Yes.
And you said it was white with, it had lettering on it?
Yeah, it's got lettering on the door and a black stripe.
Okay. So it's a big white truck with lettering and a black stripe, you said?
Yes.
And the prosecutor had asked you which way you had gotten to Tilton Avenue. Just to be clear, it's like a U and there's two entrances, one on each side, right?
Yes.
So you're just explaining you took one of them,
Yeah.
right? And when you first arrived on scene, you indicated that you heard a voice say, "We're all out of the house."
Yes.
Okay. And did the voice come from the white SUV that was parked
Yes.
there? Okay, did you later learn at some point that was the Caneiro family?
Yes.
Okay, so there you get on scene and the family is already parked outside and they're letting you know we're all at the house. And then what you do is you go up to the front door, right? And to see like what's the deal with the fire. You obviously there's no people in there at this point because you were just informed there wasn't, right?
Yes.
And when you walk up to the front door, the door is open.
I do not recall if it was open or closed.
Okay, well you gave a statement in this case, correct?
Yes.
And that statement that you gave was to the prosecutor's office a couple weeks after the fire. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You met with a couple detectives at the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
And they asked you about what happened that day.
Yes.
And obviously it's been like over 7 years, right? So back then you would probably remember details like that better than you would remember today.
Yes.
Fair?
Yep.
So I'm going to, do you want me to do it?
I have it.
So I'm going to approach with S83 that's been marked. I'm just going to use this to refresh your recollection, okay? So this is a copy of, do you recognize this as a copy of your statement?
Yes.
And it has your name on it, right?
Yes.
It's also 7 pages with your signature on the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, it has the date, which was December 10th.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct your attention to page 6 and ask that you read just these 29 through 31. If that helps. And then not out loud, just to yourself and then look up when you're done. Okay. So when they asked you whether the front door was open or closed, you indicated it was open.
Yes.
Okay. So you go up to the front door, the door's open, so then you go inside,
Yes.
and then all of the things happen where you realize the fire's in the back.
Yes.
Okay. And after that, that's when at some point you go around, you get the fire extinguishers,
Yes.
and you go to the back and you're trying to fight the fire, you get water cans.
Yes.
And when we saw the video just now of you with the water cans, like how soon after your arrival was that?
That's probably a few minutes.
A few minutes. So we know that there's officers arriving, since that's body worn camera footage, within a few minutes of you,
Yes.
right? And I don't know, do you recall that there was like one officer, Officer Redmond, who arrived very close in time and the other shortly after?
I don't remember who arrived first and who was around.
Okay, but within a few minutes.
Yes.
And obviously you got there after you got the call, right?
Yes.
From, you said there were 2 calls. Is one is do you get a direct alert from the alarm company and then you get the dispatch? Is that?
No, it was both from dispatch.
Both separate. Okay, and we previously heard that was around 5:02. Does that sound about right in the
Yes.
morning? Okay. And the prosecutor showed you a video of yourself, right?
Yes.
Your clothing, was it like dark jeans and a hooded sweatshirt?
Yes.
But the hood was not up, right? It was
No.
down. Okay. And the color of the sweatshirt, was it like a light gray or?
Yeah, it's a gray color.
Um, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any reader? You can step down. Thank you, sir. State and call the next witness.
Blake Flanagan.
Okay. Hello, sir. How are you? Just watch your step, if you don't mind. You just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will, just lost my train of thought. You solemnly swear or affirm that everything you will testify here to today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
So Greg Flanagan Senior, FLA, and then IGA.
Okay. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Where are you currently employed?
I am the Monmouth County Fire Marshal.
And what does the Monmouth County Fire Marshal's Office do?
We are responsible for all the county facilities, fire prevention. We also do fire academy. We do fire investigations. We do fire coordination.
Now, how long have you been the Monmouth County Fire Marshal?
Since January 5th of this year.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the County Marshal's Office?
Since 2022.
What specifically did you do there prior to becoming the County Fire Marshal?
When I was hired, I was a fire investigator for a year, and then I was promoted to Deputy Fire Marshal.
What are your specific responsibilities and duties as the County Fire Marshal right now?
The same as the municipality, I'm responsible for making sure that the county buildings are inspected, enforcing the Uniform Fire Code. We do fire investigations, fire coordinations with mutual aid departments and fire academy.
Now, were you also employed at another agency?
Up until Monday night, I was the fire marshal in Ocean Township Fire District 1 as well.
Okay. And how long were you with the Ocean Township Fire District? And is it one you said?
One district, yes.
Okay. How long were you with them?
In 2010, I was hired as an inspector. In 2017, I was promoted to fire marshal.
Okay. So I just want to talk about the Ocean Township Fire Districts. How many are there? I know we've heard testimony on this, but just refresh us.
2.
There's 2. What are they?
District 1 and District 2, one in Masters, District 2. That's the south section of town, with District 1, which is the north section and the western side.
And you were the fire marshal for District 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do each of them have a fire department?
They do.
And do they each have their own fire marshal?
Yes.
Were you the fire marshal for District 1 back in 2018?
Yes.
All right. And generally speaking, what were your duties and responsibilities in that role?
Same as the other ones, responsible for Uniform Fire Code, fire investigations, and assisting anywhere we need to assist with fire departments.
When you say you were responsible for fire investigations, what specifically do you mean?
Anytime there's a fire in town or our district, I'm responsible for making sure either I do the investigation or making sure somebody does the investigation that's well.
So anytime there was a fire district in the Township of Ocean, would you as the fire marshal respond?
A fire, yes, or I would have somebody do it if I wasn't available.
And would you or that person conduct some sort of an investigation at the scene of the fire?
Yes.
All right. Are there a couple different types of investigations that could occur for fires?
Yeah, we do. It's in stages.
Okay. So is there something called the preliminary investigation?
Yeah.
What is that?
So what we do is, for instance, how I operate. As I'm responding, I'm listening to what's going on. If I can hear the call, to figure out, determine where the fire is and who's there and what they're doing. And then once I get there, I'll do a preliminary scene investigation, which includes brief interviews with firefighters, first responders, any occupants that were there, whether it be the homeowner or the owner of the vehicle that was on fire, whatever it may be. I'll do a quick assessment to determine whether or not I'm going to do it. And that's based on the amount of damage. If there's an injury to the firefighter or a civilian, or if I think that there's something that doesn't look right.
Okay. So the preliminary investigation, that's something, just to be clear, is that something that always takes place anytime you would respond to the scene of a fire?
Fire investigators do things a little different on each thing. We all follow what we call NFPA 921. That is our guide for fire investigations. And within there is a section that describes how we do initial assessments. How deep each investigator does it is kind of their thing. But once we get to that determination that we're going to write that investigation, then we start our origin cause.
Okay, so there's a preliminary investigation that's done, it sounds like. And is that to determine who is going to handle the origin and
Yes.
cause investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who could handle the origin and cause investigation?
So at the municipal level, it's either us locally, or if we think it's out of our expertise, then we go up to Monmouth County, or we go to County Fire Marshal's Office.
Okay, so what is the difference? What is a cause and origin investigation? How is that different from the preliminary investigation?
The cause and origin is determining how the fire started and where the fire started. Right? What I'm doing as far as the preliminary goes is just to get a quick assessment as to if I think I have the expertise to do that particular fire.
Understood. Now, in addition to your current title, do you hold any other titles?
I am I'm a volunteer also with the Oakers Fire Department and AMT
Okay, and how long have you done that?
since 1992.
You indicated that you worked for the Ocean Township Fire District 1 since 2010.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you employed prior to that?
I was a civilian firefighter with Fort Monmouth.
Were you the fire marshal in District 1 at that time?
Yes.
What, if any, notifications did you receive at approximately 5:02 a.m.?
The fire department was dispatched to a fire alarm with a smoke condition. And being a volunteer firefighter, I also have that same communication, so that's how I was notified.
How were you notified?
Via fire pager.
Your pager? Okay, and specifically, where were you when you were notified?
I believe I was home.
What information did you receive over your pager?
The address and the nature of incident,
And what was the address?
27 Tilton Drive.
As a result of that notification, did you respond somewhere
I responded to the scene.
of 27 Tilton?
Yeah.
And just to be clear, was it in your capacity as the fire marshal?
Yes,
Okay. About what time did you arrive on scene?
I think it was 5:30.
Do you recall how you were dressed?
No,
What type of vehicle were you driving?
Chevy Tahoe.
Okay. When I asked you about,
I'm sorry, sir, Suburban.
okay, when I asked you about recalling how you were dressed, were you wearing fire gear or plain clothing?
Doing the investigation, I was wearing my turnout pants, my helmet, and a t-shirt.
Understood. Okay.
What did you say? Turnout pants?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Firefighting gear
Okay.
that we go into fight fires.
Okay.
I just had my pants on. I didn't have my coat on.
Okay, so it's the baggier type
Yeah.
pants. Okay, that has reflectors on it? Okay. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that we all understood what that meant, or at least I did. You guys may already know. All right, go ahead.
When you arrived on scene, what, if any, fire departments were already there?
Oakhurst was there. Warner Massa was there. And I believe at some point, Neptune Unexcelled Fire Department arrived. That's our rapid intervention team.
Were there any law enforcement officers on scene when you arrived?
Ocean Township.
Can you describe the structure of 27 Tilton Drive?
It's a two-story single family, attached garage with a basement.
Did you have occasion to make any further observations of 27 Tilton Drive as time went on while you were at the scene?
I started my exterior examination. Is that what you're?
Okay, so did you, at some point while you were on the scene, did you make observations of the outside of the house?
Yes.
How about the inside of the house?
Yes,
Okay, at some point, did you take photos?
I did.
Okay, and then later on, did you learn, or were you on scene when forensic officers arrived?
Yes.
And did you see them taking photos as well?
Yes.
And were their photos a little bit later in time than yours,
Yes.
when it was lighter out? Yes? You have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
answer
I'm
that.
sorry. Yes.
Now, what is the command post?
Command post is the staging area where the person who's running the fire scene, and that's the area where all the mutual aid and all the firefighters go to get their assignments.
Where was the command post set up on this scene?
That was the driveway just south. If you're looking at the house, it was to the right, the neighbor's driveway.
Showing council what's been marked as S12. I'm sorry, not S12, it's actually S1A slide 12. Now I'm showing it to the witness. Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that?
That is 27 Tilton, and that's the neighbor's driveway.
Judge, permission to publish?
Yes, Ken. How about we do this? If you're going to show more than one picture, just ask counsel if she has any issue with, Mr. Murray, I assume it's Ms. Messlin. Okay, but just ask so you don't have to show it every single time. And I'll also say if there's no issue, just at the end when you go through any pictures that you have, at that point in time, you can ask if they fairly and accurately depict. You don't have to ask it every single time. Considering if we're publishing them and the defense counsel does not have an objection, we don't need to do that every single time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Judge, yeah, just for the record, if the state wants to just show me, like generally the photos, like photos of the house or photos this particular witness took, I have no objection to the state just publishing them.
Okay.
I've seen them. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did you hear that, Ms. Wallace?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you.
So do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
That is 27 Tilton Drive, and that's the neighbor's driveway. That's where the command post was.
That's where the command post was set up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. When you initially arrived on scene, what was the first thing that you did?
I went to the command post and spoke with the fire chief, Michael Fiorentino.
Did you learn anything that would have assisted you or that did assist you in your investigation?
He let me know that the main body of fire was knocked down. The fire crews were still doing some overhaul, and they were trying to ventilate the building.
While you were at the command post speaking with the chief, who approached you?
Somebody approached me, and they wanted me to go over to the garage,
Okay,
show
and
me something.
do you know why?
At that particular moment, I had something about a gas can.
Okay,
Yeah.
what did you do?
I continued with my examination.
Okay, and tell us about your preliminary investigation.
So I hit all four sides first, normally. In this situation, I did the same thing. I got out of the car. Before I went to command post, I looked at the front of the house. That's side one. Went to command post. He told me where the fire was, which was in the back of the southeast corner. So I walked up the driveway. As I did, I looked at the south side of the house, which is side two. Walked around the back of the house. Obviously, that's where the main body of fire was, southeast corner. As I examined that, at that point, I was approached again. That's where you're.
Okay. Who were you approached by?
A police officer, Ocean Town's police officer. And
Do you know what the
I'm sorry.
Do you know what the purpose of that was?
To remind me that they wanted me to go to the garage.
Okay, and what did you do at that point?
I finished what I was doing, and that being the last side of the house I had to go to anyway, that's where I was going. So I went to that's the south side of the house, which is the garage.
Okay, so you go to the garage area. Let me just ask you, backing up for a second, when you were over by the southeast corner of the house, did you see any damage over there?
Yeah, there was damage from the ground all the way to the attic.
Okay, and specifically, where was the damage located on the house?
Southeast corner exterior wall,
Okay, was it high, low, something else?
from the ground all the way up to the second story eave.
Do you know what rooms were right above where that damage was?
I believe it was the master bedroom.
The master bedroom?
Master bedroom, yes.
Now, you indicated you went over to the garage. What specifically did you observe over there?
The garage, there was a gas can on the ground. It was laying on its side with a burnt or a melted tip. The garage door was open. There was some damage. Looking at the garage, there was 2 garage doors, and the garage door to the left, which was closest to the backyard, had some damage at the base of it, and to the left of the door and up the side fascia, had some burn marks. And there was they pointed me to there was 2 cars behind me, 2 white vehicles, and there was a black smudge on one of the hoods, the car closest to the pool.
Closest to where?
To the pool, the backyard.
Okay, so if you're facing the garage, how many bays are there?
There was 2.
So closest to which garage bay?
Left.
Do you remember what kind of car it was?
I think it was a Porsche.
Okay, what color?
White. They were both white.
After you examined that particular area, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I asked if there was where the occupants were, so I can ask them some questions. It's a normal procedure.
When you say occupants, are you referring to the homeowners of
The people
27?
who were the people who were in the house, yeah.
Did you learn where they were at that point?
They pointed me down towards the end of the driveway.
Okay, and what did you do?
I was looking for one of the people who owned the house. I found Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, were you looking for like any one of the homeowners in particular? Why did you want to speak with them?
Just to see what happened, see if they knew what was going on, how the fire started, and any ideas.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Caneiro at that point? How did that come about?
I asked, when I ran up to him, I asked him if I could ask him a couple questions. He had no problem with that. He was very informative. I asked him how the fire started. He didn't know. And the other questions rolled into, he explained to me that he went to bed around 6, he went to bed around 6, upstairs in the spare bedroom. About 11 o'clock, he came down to take up some medicine, and he went back upstairs. At some point during that night, he came back downstairs to work on the computer, and then he went back upstairs.
Did you specifically ask him, was he referring to the night before?
I asked him I didn't write down that question, I don't remember, but it alluded to that. I asked him what were you doing when the fire came in?
And what did he say?
He said he woke up to the smoke alarms, and he ran to the master bedroom to get his wife, and then the other bedrooms to get the girls out. And they all went downstairs out the garage.
And did he make any other statements about what he did that morning?
At that point, he said after everyone got out, he went back through the front door to get his car.
So just to be clear, he tells you he goes to bed the night before at 6 p.m.?
Yes.
And that he woke up at what time?
11.
To do what?
Take some medicine.
Okay. And then I think you indicated he said he woke up a second time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he give you the time? Was he able to give you the time that he woke up the second time? I think you said he went downstairs.
Yes.
Did he say to do what?
Work on the computer.
Okay. And then you indicated he said he went back upstairs?
Yes.
Was he able to give you a time that he went back upstairs? No. Did you ask?
I probably did, yeah.
After you spoke with Mr. Caneiro, what did you do?
I continued with my interior investigation.
How did you make entry into the house?
Front door.
When you went in the house, what did you observe?
I started to the right, and I went into the living room. Had main body of fire. The damage was in the back southeast corner, which was just inside from the back of the house. Towards the front, there wasn't a lot of fire damage, more smoke and heat. As I walked through the living room towards the back southeast corner, I was walking in the middle left. Now back towards the kitchen. Not a lot of fire damage in there, just smoking water. And then I continued left again, now facing the front door in that center hallway. And I was going to go downstairs into the basement.
Into the basement. Did you go in the basement?
I did.
Okay. How did you describe how you got down there?
I used the interior stairs, which was right underneath the second story stairs. And I believe it was right across from the bathroom that was in the first floor.
As you went into the basement, what, if anything, did you notice?
There was a lot of smoke still, obviously. Not a lot of fire damage on that side. It was split into the basement, was split, finished and unfinished. And I came down into the finished section. Again, a lot of smoke, not too much fire damage on that side, a lot of smoke and water. And then I walked through the opening to go into the unfinished side. And that's where the heavy fire damage was on the southeast corner of that area.
The southeast corner?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe your observations of that corner?
That corner, it was stacked on shelves. I believe it was like bins or some kind of clothes and things like that. I didn't really dig too deep into it. It was shelving on that corner with a lot of damage. As I turned left, there was a workbench. And then on the right, I believe there was some electronic equipment on that side, or some other shelving on that side.
What, if any, windows did you notice?
There was a window well on the southeast corner along the back wall, over the shelf.
Do you recall if that window was intact, not intact, something else?
I don't.
Can you take us through the rest of your investigation of the basement, specifically where you went and what your observations were?
At that point, there was a door. The door that's divided the finished and unfinished side was, one was kind of hanging and one was actually on the ground. So I moved that door to see what was underneath it. And then from there, I repositioned the door where it was, where I thought it was, to determine fire patterns, to see whether there was fire pattern on the unfinished side versus more on the finished or unfinished side. All the fire damage was on the interior unfinished side.
Aside from that door, did you touch anything else in the basement?
I don't recall.
At the conclusion of your preliminary investigation, what did you do?
I went at that point when I put the door back where I found it, and I determined that I was not going to write this fire.
Why?
Mostly because of the damage, and there was also because of what I found at the garage, and obviously the amount of damage that was on the exterior southeast corner. I just felt at that point it was past my expertise.
Right? And who are you going to refer it to?
Monmouth County Fire Marshal's Office.
And specifically, when you say that, is that to then follow up and do the cause and origin investigation?
Yes.
Once you exited the residence, what, if any, requests did you make?
I had the fire chief call the radio room via the radio and asked him to have the on-call fire marshal respond.
Did you speak with any other homeowners at that point?
At that point, I believe I spoke with Mrs. Caneiro, and that was on the neighbor's porch just south of the house. I believe one of the daughters, my notes say Marissa.
And without telling us anything that they might have said, why did you want to speak with them?
See if they had information.
Did you get any information from them?
They didn't know how the fire started.
Did there come a time when you had a second conversation with Mr. Caneiro?
Right after that.
After what?
Right after I spoke with Mrs. Caneiro.
Okay, and approximately how long was that second conversation with Mr. Caneiro from the first conversation?
30 minutes, roughly.
Specifically, how did that conversation take place and how did it come about?
He was in his vehicle on the park in front of the house, and I walked up to the passenger door. His car was facing north, so I was right on the curb was the passenger door. I just leaned over and said, "You might ask some questions," and he said, "Yes, no problem." So at that point,
Just to be clear, you say his car was parked in front of the house. Where specifically was the car?
I remember it was in front of the neighbor's house,
Okay, so if you're facing the house, which direction?
to the left,
If you're facing the house,
to the left, south.
south.
Yep.
South would be to the right.
I'm sorry, to the right. Yeah, I went to look at schools. So
Okay.
There's a lot of teachers who are going to be mad at you right now. Just saying, just throwing it out there.
What kind of car was he in when you spoke to him?
I don't know.
Do you recall if anybody was in the car when you approached?
He was in the passenger. I'm sorry, he was in the driver's seat, and there was people in the back seat.
Okay, who was in the back seat?
I believe the girls were in the back seat.
When you say the girls, who are you referring to?
I almost the daughters.
That's who you believed it to be?
Yeah.
Was there anybody in the front passenger seat?
No, those.
Okay. How did the conversation come about?
I asked if I can ask a couple more questions.
Okay. And what was his response?
Sure.
Okay.
He didn't give me any problem.
How did you ask him those questions? Where were you when you were asking those
So
questions?
it was raining, and either he asked me or I asked to get in the car, so we could get out of the weather. And I asked him just a couple of questions. Again, at that point, I asked him. There were security cameras. I said the cameras work, and he said no, they weren't working.
Hold on a second. I want to ask you a
Okay.
couple more questions about that. So you get in the passenger seat of the car with Mr. Caneiro.
Mhm.
What happens to the people in the back seat?
He asked them to get out.
Okay. Did he say why?
No.
So he asked them to get out when you got in?
Mhm.
Okay. Tell us about your conversation now. Specifically, tell us what you asked him and then his responses.
So based on what I saw, this is part of my process. I was aware that there were some security cameras. I asked him were they working. He said no. Again, I asked him if he knew how the fire started. He said no. At that point, we started talking about the basement really quick. I just asked him if there was any outlets in the area, that southeast corner of the basement. And at that point, I was just kind of determined if there any heat sources. That's kind of what we do. He said nothing in that south corner. He believed that a little further up that back wall in the center was an outlet. I had asked him if there was anything plugged in. He felt maybe there was a printer plugged in. I asked him when the last time he was in the basement. If I recall, he said 4 o'clock the day before.
Did you ask him if he was aware of the gas can by the garage?
I did.
What was his response?
He said he was not aware of the gas can.
Did you ask him if he owned any gas cans?
I did.
What was his response?
I had 5 or 6.
Did he say where?
Shed.
Did you ask him anything else about the shed?
I asked him when the last time he was in the shed, and he couldn't remember.
Did Did you ask him any questions about anything else over by that area of the garage?
I asked him about the smudge on the car.
What was his response?
He wasn't aware of that either.
And did you indicate which car you were talking about when you spoke to him?
I don't know if I broke the 2 cars down. If I did, it was, I would have said it was that car, but the car closest to the pool, but I'm not sure if I broke it down.
Did you ask him any other questions?
I was told that he burned his hands. So I asked, he burned his hands? He just said, no, I hit him on the door when he was going through the front door.
One hand or two hand? Do you remember what he said?
I don't, he just said I didn't burn my hands.
Do you recall his specific words?
About the burns?
About anything. Do you recall what specifically he told you when you asked him about his hands? Do you recall word for word, verbatim?
He
what
just said I didn't burn my hands. I hit them on the front door or when I was leaving the house or walking in the house. I'm not sure. Something.
You're not sure? Okay,
Not
if I
sure.
showed you your report, would that refresh your
Yes,
recollection?
ma'am, it would.
And let me ask you, sir, did you write a report after this particular preliminary investigation?
Supplemental report, yes.
Okay, I'm showing counsel has been marked as S-86. Sir, I'm going to refer your attention to page 3. Actually, I should ask you, how many pages is this report?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 5.
5 pages? Okay. I'm going to refer your attention specifically to page 3 of your report.
Just confirming, that is your report, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just making sure.
I'm going to ask you to start reading this paragraph right here.
Sure.
To yourself, and then when your memory is refreshed.
Yes, ma'am.
What specifically did Mr. Caneiro say to you about his hand?
He said he hit his hand on the front door. When he was walking through it.
I'm sorry?
When he was walking through it.
Okay, I can take that back. Did you speak to any neighbors while on scene?
Yes, I went across the street. I'm not sure of the address. I spoke with Mr. Harrington.
Across the street?
Yes.
When did the Monmouth County Fire Marshal arrive on scene?
I don't know exactly what time, but probably within 30 minutes or so.
And what was his name?
Chris DeBarian.
Did you brief him on your observations of what had occurred thus far?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you turn the scene over to the county fire marshal?
Yes.
Did Oakhurst and yourself in particular remain on scene?
We stayed on scene as support. So I left about 12:30.
And, okay, did you have any more to do with this incident after you left the scene, aside from writing your report?
The only time I went back was to assist the police department with some generators. And that was just me and the fire chief, Chris Sorrentino.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
I think we did it twice. It was the day after. I think we were there twice. And it was just to run an extension cord. We didn't go in the house or anything like that. We just ran cords. That's it.
Thank you. I'm no further.
Ross?
Can we approach?
Yeah, sure. Anybody need to use the bathroom? He doesn't count. You guys just go in for a quick bathroom break. We're gonna bring you right back out, probably 2-3 minutes. So if anybody has to go real fast, great. If not, I'll bring you right back out. This is not your morning break.
Good.
Okay? Thank you. Sorry for coughing too. I apologize. Feeling strong? What I like to hear. All right, we'll now start the cross-examination. Ms. Massalone, when you're ready.
Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So what I want to start with is I received a few different reports. So if I showed them to the prosecutor, I just want to approach and confirm whether or not these are your reports. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually S86. This is the one that the prosecutor already,
That's mine.
yeah, this is yours, right?
Yes.
And it says at the bottom, the date of the report is,
11/28 of 2018.
okay, so this was written about 8 days
Yes, ma'am.
later. Okay.
It's finalized 8 days later, yes.
Okay. And then there's another report here. It says completed by, so that's why I'm asking you about it, but is this your report or is this something
So
different?
this is the fire department's NIFRS report. This is what they document all of their incidents, where the incident was, when it was, what the disposition was, who was there. This CAD information, we have an integrated system with the county dispatch communication computer, and it just dumps all of the communications that the dispatcher is processing throughout whatever incident it is.
Okay, so this was D80, by the way, and you're saying this is basically a CAD report for the fire
Yes.
department?
Yep.
And the reported and the completed reviewed by,
It was me, yeah.
meaning you did what in relation to the CAD?
In our department, I am responsible for the NIFRS reports as well as what I do.
What's the report called?
A NIFRS report, it's a national reporting system that goes into FEMA, into the state. They just want to collect data nationally.
Okay.
And in order for us to be eligible for grants and other things, we have to make sure that we have this data and we throw it to them every quarter. That's what we do.
All right, and what's it called one more time?
NIFRS, National Reporting Incident System.
Okay, it's just the first letter, it's an
Yeah,
acronym.
just an acronym, yeah.
And
All
so
right, great, thank
you didn't write all this stuff out personally,
this
you
is-
just reviewed it?
Yes, this is the CAD information. So the dispatcher at 911, where, as the incident was going on, they update the CAD and this gets dumped in.
Okay, so I'm gonna put that one aside now. And then we have, this is marked D83, and it has your name on it. So just briefly, like, is this your report from, what is this?
So this is, can I take it?
Yeah.
Can I take it? So what I did, I've never been in this situation before. This is the first trial that I've been involved with in my years of doing this.
So then let me ask you this before you say more.
This
Is
is
this
just-
something that you wrote specifically for this case?
Yes.
And when did you write it?
Right after I was contacted by the prosecutor's office that we were going to have a pre-trial meeting.
Okay, got it. All right. So this was written more recently.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what about this one? This is D82,
Okay.
and it has your signature
Yeah,
on it.
so my signature was after the fact. That was a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago. This should not have been part of this packet, and I'll explain what this is. So when I was prepping to meet with Mrs. Wallace and Mr. Decker, I had never been in this situation. I had no idea what my report was going to be used for. I wasn't sure if I was going to be used as an expert witness or just an informational witness. So what I did was I threw my report into an AI, and I had it generate questions for me based on what my report said. And that's all that was, because I had no idea what I was about to enter. So I was just kind of having it ask me some questions and determine how my report could be seen in other different ways. So that's what
Okay,
that is.
so let me understand this then. You took your original report, which was S86.
Yes, ma'am.
You uploaded it to like a chat GPT,
Mhm. Yep.
and then you asked it, what was the prompt? You asked it to do what to create this?
My prompt, I don't remember what the prompt was exactly, but it was something along the lines of, if you were a defense attorney, how would you review my supplement report? And all those popped out.
Okay, so you prepared this in anticipation of potentially being cross-examined, is that what you were saying?
To a degree, yeah, maybe.
Oh, okay, and then you gave it to the prosecutor?
I didn't mean to give it to the prosecutor. Yeah, that was, when I went to the meeting, I gave her another report, not because it was so long ago. I had no idea what they had and what they didn't have. So I gave her a copy of my report, and this was in the packet that I gave her.
Okay, it has your name on it though,
After the
right?
fact, yes, after the fact, I believe she had found it and said, "Is this yours?" I said, "Yeah." So there was no marking on it. So she had me sign it for me to confirm that it was actually my piece of paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
So when you arrived on scene, you were called to the scene. Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
About 5:30.
Around 5:30.
Yes, ma'am.
And your report indicates that it was around 5:25. Does that sound right?
Sure.
Approximately
Yes,
5:30. And it also indicates that upon your arrival, it was reported to you that the main fire had been extinguished.
Yep.
Would that be accurately reflected in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And it also indicates that you met with a patrol officer, Officer Marino,
At some point, yes.
and wanted to show you the suspicious items at the garage.
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of explained already to the jury how that, you know, you were doing your exterior examination and eventually you circled your way around to that area. In the midst of that, you ended up speaking with Mr. Caneiro twice.
Yes, ma'am.
And both times you said he gave you no problems.
No problems.
You said he was very informative.
Yes.
And you also said that he basically was cooperative.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He wasn't evasive or anything like that with you, was he?
No, it wasn't.
And he answered your questions.
Yes, he did.
And when you spoke with him, or you mentioned you also spoke to a neighbor, Jonathan Harrington, at
Yeah,
some
that was
point?
later, yes.
That was later, okay. And essentially, your role here was just you were the Ocean Township Fire Marshal
For the fire district.
for the Fire District 1.
Yes.
This is a house residential fire,
Yes.
and so it would be common practice for you to respond to this fire.
Yes.
Okay. And eventually you became aware that additional agencies were called to the scene, right?
Yes.
I mean, at the time that you first got there at 5:30, there were patrol officers
Yes.
and there were fire trucks and other first responders.
Yes.
And then later, additional officers, detectives from Ocean Township arrived.
I know one detective, yes.
Was that
On
Detective
call.
Brady?
Yes, it was, on call, yes.
Okay. And the prosecutor's office eventually responded too, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Because you said you were there until like noonish.
Yes.
And also the county fire marshal that you called out, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned on direct that someone had told you that Mr. Caneiro had a burn mark on his hand,
Yes.
and that you asked him about it,
Yes.
but he said he hit it on something.
Yes.
And you took his word for it, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you look at his hand to kind of assess for yourself whether?
I believe when I asked the question and he answered, I was probably looking at his hands, yeah, but we were in the car and I didn't examine his hands in any way. No.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you again what was marked as D82.
Okay.
And I have a question about it because here, this is what you signed, right? This was the AI report.
Yep.
That you were accepting for preparation,
I was just using it as a resource.
using it as a resource. Because this says, Paul gave inconsistent statements. He had an unexplained burn on his hand and claimed I'm just gonna read this first part. I don't
Okay.
think. He had an unexplained burn on his hand.
Okay.
Are you accepting that as part of your testimony? Like, why is that written there? Or are you not agreeing with that? That was the AI.
Well, it's not to disagree or agree. This is what it punched out and that's what I read. But as far as his hands go, I didn't examine his hands, so I took his word for it. Yeah.
So then So then he wouldn't be giving an inconsistent statement, right?
I didn't say he gave me
Objection.
assistance.
I'm not even sure if this is an AI pushing it out. He's not saying anything.
I didn't.
So I'm not sure what the question is. The AI generated these responses to your question,
Yes, sir.
so it's not him saying it. So I sustain the objection.
So that's my question. So when we received this, you're not agreeing with this. You're not, these are not your words.
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with it. I just use it as a resource.
You're not disagreeing with the fact that Paul gave an inconsistent statement?
Objection.
I don't think he gave me an inconsistent statement.
He answered it.
Sir, if this says he gave an inconsistent statement and you just said, I don't think he gave an inconsistent statement, that would mean you disagree with this, correct?
It's an AI statement. It is irrelevant what the AI statement. It's an AI statement. It's irrelevant. I'm sustaining the objection. He just told you that this is not his words. It came from a computer. So it's not something that he is saying. It's not even his report. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Okay,
can
so-
I approach, please?
Sure. To be clear, that is sustained. We'll move on.
Okay, so the main report was S86, correct? That you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
The AI report, you're not accepting, right? Okay. Now, when you were on scene, so circling back to the hand injury, so was it your impression then that Mr. Caneiro was being truthful and honest with you when he said he hit it on something?
I took his word for it. Whether he was being honest with me or not, I have no idea.
Would that be relevant to your investigation?
At that point,
Yes.
no.
Sir, you did mention the NFPA, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the NFPA 921 is, what did you say about it again?
There's our guide that we use to conduct investigations.
Fire
It's-
investigations,
yeah,
right?
Scientific method, 7 steps that we follow.
And there's indicators of an incendiary fire in the NFPA 921,
There is.
correct?
Yes, there is.
And I have just one more. Sir, I'm holding up a book. Do you recognize this as the NFPA 921?
Yes, 24 edition.
And to be clear, did you rely on this in conducting your preliminary investigation in this case?
I use it as a reference, yeah. I did.
Okay. And there's a chapter on incendiary fires, correct?
Yes,
And those chapters of incendiary fires, one of the things is multiple fires, correct?
multiple points, yes.
Okay, and in this case, we had that, right?
I identified 2 spots. Obviously, the back section of the house was an obvious fire. What I found at the garage, I have no idea if that fire was that day or if that fire was from 3 years ago.
So when you were on scene and Officer Marino showed you the garage area
Yep.
with the gas can right there and the burn mark on the car and like the fire marking on the garage,
Yes.
they didn't tell you like this, we just put this fire out, this was a second source of the fire?
No,
He never said that it was a burn mark on the car. He said it was a black smudge. So just to be clear as to your question, that's not what he said. So we should just be careful with what we ask. Go ahead. Your answer was what? I want to be clear for the jury. What was your answer?
Wait, can you repeat that question, please?
When Officer Marino showed you the fire area near the garage with the gas can laying right there, as well as the smudge on the car, and whatever else you saw in that area, wasn't it indicated to you that this was just a fire that they just put out?
I don't remember them saying that they put the fire out. It was obviously, there was some fire damage that I saw at the bottom of the garage door and a melted tip on the gas can.
Okay, and you're there to investigate the fire, right?
I'm there to determine what happened.
That's probably something they would have told you if it happened that day. Would you
Probably.
agree with that?
Yes,
Okay, so multiple fires, there's one by the garage and one by the back corner of the house that would fit within a potential indicator of an incendiary fire, correct?
well, 2 points of origin, or what 2 points of fire would lead us to determine that there were 2 separate fires. Whether they were incendiary, that doesn't, there's no way for me to know that at that point.
It's one factor according to the NFP 9. Do you agree with this? And if not, I can show you.
No, I know what NFPA says. What I'm trying to tell you is incendiary means somebody set it on purpose. I have no idea if either one of those fires was set on purpose. So incendiary was not on my brain right now.
Sir, when you got there, it was a crime scene, correct? There was crime scene tape and officers.
I don't remember crime scene. There may be scene security tape to stop people from walking by, but whether it's crime scene or not, that's not what I do.
Okay, so when you saw the crime scene tape, did you ask, what are we investigating here?
No.
You didn't ask that?
No. If there was crime scene, you mean talking about the yellow tape?
Correct.
Yeah, yellow tape is used in every fire scene to secure the scene. Doesn't mean it's a crime scene.
Did the officers explain to you that the reason that they put the crime scene tape or the tape up was to preserve the crime scene area, which had the gas can and the smudge marks on the car and things of that nature? Did they explain that to you?
That's why the caution tape was up? No, they didn't explain that.
They didn't explain that to you. Okay, so you're there to investigate the fire, but they didn't explain that to you. Back to the NFPA, the incendiary fire, which as you indicated is an intentionally set fire, right? And there's a chapter, it's chapter 23, and it describes what factors you can consider when determining whether a fire is potentially incendiary, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we already discussed one of those factors. Another factor is the presence of ignitable liquids in an area of origin. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, there was a gas can with gasoline left in it. Are you aware of that?
I believe that I was told that there was some fluid in the can. We
Okay.
did not know how much.
Okay, some fluid in the can, right? So what we have is the presence of ignitable liquids in the area. Yes or no?
That could be water in the can as far as I'm concerned.
It could be water in the can. Oh, okay. So the fact that there's a gasoline can with a burnt nozzle, does that indicate to you that there's a presence of ignitable liquids in the area?
No.
Okay. And what about, did you have an opportunity, you said you did an exterior investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notice the well window by the basement?
I knew that there was a window in
Okay.
that area.
You were, that it was broken?
I don't remember if it was broken.
You don't remember seeing during your exterior examination whether, and that's where the fire was, right, in the basement?
The fire, I don't know if the fire started in the basement or the fire started outside. I didn't do the investigation. All I can tell you is that I identified fire damage on the exterior and the fire damage on the interior of the house in that area.
Okay. Another indication is burn injuries. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're investigating whether a fire is intentionally set, one of the things you look at is whether there are any injuries of burn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here you have information that Mr. Caneiro may have a burn mark on his, or burn on his hand, and you ask him about it, yes or no?
Yes.
And when you did, he says to you, no, it wasn't a burn, it's not a burn, I hit it on something, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you or did you not inspect his hand at that point in time?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. It was asked, but I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Did you look at his hand at that time to ascertain whether or not it was in fact a burn mark?
I did not physically, I don't look at his hand. I remember in the car, asked him, did you burn your hands? He said, no. That was it. And that's how we left it.
Okay, so is there a reason why in your investigation, and by the way, you've been an EMT since 1992, correct?
97 EMT.
Nice.
Yeah.
97?
97 was the EMT.
Okay, so 1997, you've been an EMT since then?
Mhm.
What does EMT stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
So you're trained in recognizing injuries and treating them.
Objection.
Tell me.
What is the relevance of this?
I'm not really sure where you're going. He's saying it's not a burn mark and he didn't look at the hand. So trying to establish a foundation for him being an EMT to know what's on his hand when he says he didn't see it, I'm not really sure. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Sir, you indicated that you were sitting in the car with him. He says he didn't really hit it and you didn't really inspect it. But is there a reason why, if this is an important factor as to whether or not a fire could be potentially set and you're trying to figure out what's happening, why you wouldn't just inspect his hand as a trained EMT?
I was not inspecting that fire as an incendiary fire or as a suspicious fire. All I know is I was collecting data, and I know there was fire on the outside of the house. I know that there was a gas can next to the house, next to the garage, which is not uncommon. A burnt tip on a gas can is also not uncommon. And I can't, all I know is there was two sets. There was two areas that looked like there were fire. One is obvious.
Okay. So your testimony then is that you were there just to collect data. You had no idea that you were dealing with any suspicious fire or intentionally set fire or anything like that.
I did not start to test any hypothesis at that point. Because I didn't do the investigation.
So if you're not investigating a suspicious fire, is there a reason why, when you're speaking to the other officers on scene, you say, who was running around with the gas can? The father? Why did you say that then?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that? Sir?
I know. Thank you.
you with what's been marked for identification as D103. This is a transcript of when you were on scene. Their officers weren't body-worn cameras, correct? Yes. And when the officers are wearing body-worn cameras, you understand that means that they're recording what's happening.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. And during the course of you being on scene, you spoke to a variety of officers that were uniformed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a transcript of one of the body-worn camera recordings. And as you can see, there's a legend on the front. And FMF stands for Fire Marshal Flanagan. That's you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to direct your attention to this page here, and specifically line 9. And if you want to just read that and then look up.
Sure. Yeah. How old are the kids? Who was running
No,
around?
sorry,
I'm sorry.
read it to yourself
I'm sorry.
and then look
I
up.
apologize. Okay.
Okay. So does that refresh your recollection as to why you said who's running around with the gas can? The father?
It doesn't, I don't recall that at all.
You don't recall saying that?
No.
Okay.
I said it obviously, but I don't recall. I don't know why I would say it.
Whose body worn camera was that, just so we're clear?
Marino's.
Marino's, thank you.
It ends in 734.
Okay, thank you.
So I think did you just say that you're not sure why you made that remark about the father running around with the gas can?
I don't understand what the context was during that conversation.
Okay. Well, let's break it. There's a gas can, right? You took photos of it.
I did.
Correct?
I did.
And when you took photos, one of the things that you took a photo of was the gas can,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And that's because it was in some fashion significant to your investigation, right?
It was mentioned and I documented it.
You document, well, you're not documenting random things, right? You're documenting the things that are relevant to your investigation and why you were there, correct?
What I'm being told, I'm documenting, yes. And what I see, I'm documenting.
Being told by whom?
By the police officer.
By the police officers. Okay. So the police officers are telling you what's important to document and you're documenting them.
They're not saying what's important to document. They're just telling me that these items are there and I should look at them.
And are you surmising that what they're telling you is important or what they're telling you to document, it's because it's important to them?
Could be. Yeah. That happens all the time.
Right. So they tell you to take a photo of the gas
They
can.
did not tell me to take a photo of the gas can.
No, you wanted to take a photo of the gas can?
I took a photo. I documented what was on that side of the house.
Okay. And you actually took several photos of the gas can, correct?
I believe I took 2. One was lying on its side outside the garage and one was standing up inside the garage.
Okay. And when you took those photos, I'm just going to publish these. If the state has no objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's the first photo. Oh, and I'm sorry, this is D1-72. So this is the first photograph of the gas can you took, correct?
Yes,
And it's a smaller gas can, right?
Yep.
With,
Yes.
and it shows the nozzle, which is, maybe it's difficult to see in this photograph, but you acknowledge that it's burnt, correct?
it's melted.
Melted because it's burnt or melted for some other reason?
It's melted because it was hot at some point and the plastic melted. I have no idea how it was melted.
And this is another photograph that you took of the gas can. This is the one you met, and I'm sorry, this is D1-73, and this is the photograph that you took inside of the garage, correct?
Yes,
So you moved the gas can from where it was outside of the garage, and then you put it in the garage, correct?
I don't remember moving it, but it was moved. I will attest to that. I don't know if I did it or somebody else did.
You don't recall who moved it?
I do not.
Okay. And then here's where the area was, where that small fire was,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-75. And this is another photo of the gas can in the garage from a different angle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is, can we agree this is the third photograph that you took?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-74. And this is the fourth photograph that you took of the gas can from another angle in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if no one told you to take a photograph of this gas can, and to be clear, this is the same gas can in all four photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And no one told you to take a photo of the gas can, you decided that you wanted to because it was part of your investigation. Okay. And when you say, so who's running around with the gas can, the father, asking, so who started this fire? Mr. Paul Caneiro? Or are you, that's what you're asking.
I could have easily been asking a question of a comment. So somebody could have said something to me and maybe I asked them to just repeat what they said. I don't remember why I would ask that question or why they would tell me that question. I don't remember that at all.
You don't remember it, but you saw the transcript, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were not repeating what the person before you said, correct?
I don't know if I was.
He answered the question. He answered the question by sustaining the objection as asked and answered. That he's given you what he knows.
Sir, you said that question on your own volition.
I asked that question. No one forced me to
He's
ask.
asked and answered this question to the best of his knowledge. Move on, counsel.
Based on that, is it your testimony today that you were not investigating an intentional fire? You were just there to collect data? That's your testimony?
I was not there to investigate a suspicious fire.
And based on that comment, you weren't suspecting Mr. Paul Caneiro?
I was in no way making him suspicious. He wasn't suspicious of anything at all.
Okay, that comment was just.
Somebody must have said something and I probably said, hey, who did what? What do you say? Like that, something like that.
Sir, you said that in response to a discussion about who was home.
And I told you, please come up here. So I'm sustaining to the objection to that specific question. You can ask another question. Go ahead.
At the time that you were there, you were relying on the NFPA 921, which is what you had indicated, right?
Every incident, we use that as a guide.
Okay. And so again, we talked about the indicators of incendiary fires.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you had those in mind at the time that you were investigating this case?
Do I have all the points from the book in my head? No, that's
You
not
had
what I
the-
was not investigating an incendiary fire. So it wasn't even on my mind.
Okay, so then you, being the fire marshal called to the scene, talking to all of the officers and everyone else who's on scene, and them showing you all of these items by the garage and insisting that you look at them and that you're taking photos of, at no point were you investigating an incendiary or intentionally set fire.
Sustained. You added facts into that question that were not testified to. So sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You were called to the scene on November 20th, correct?
Yes,
When you get to the scene, you're doing an exterior examination, correct?
yes,
And an officer wants you to look by the garage area, correct?
yes,
And at first you don't, because you're looking at other areas of the house, correct?
yes,
And you testified it was something about a gas can, right? That's what
Yes.
he originally told you.
yes, ma'am.
And eventually you make your way to the garage and now you're being shown the items,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
And it was, correct me if I'm wrong, on direct testimony, you said they were asking you to come again to the garage area and you said, okay, well, that was my last stop anyway. I was about to be there.
yes, ma'am.
So that was 2 times that they were asking you to come to the garage area to see what was there.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, they showed you the gas can, correct? And at some point you took 4 photos of it, different angles.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they showed you the smudge mark on the car, correct?
Yes,
And you had multiple discussions with multiple officers, and you mentioned that there was the caution tape, correct?
yes,
And then you indicated that you went and you asked Mr. Caneiro some questions
yes,
at some point,
yes,
twice, right?
yes, ma'am.
And you wanted to ask him specifically whether he was aware of the gas can,
Yes,
right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you ask him whether he was aware of the gas can because that was significant to your investigation?
There was a documented gas can by the garage. And like any other thing, I would ask him, because there was so much interest in this gas can, I said, are you aware that there's a gas can by the garage? And he was not aware of gas can.
Okay. Did you ever say, you also asked him if he owned any gas cans, correct?
I did,
Okay, and is that because you wanted to see if maybe that gas can was his or not?
I did,
Okay.
Yeah.
And you wanted to know if that gas can was his or not, and then did you show him the gas can and say, hey, is this yours?
No.
Okay, so that would have been one way to find out if it was his gas can, correct?
I asked that question because if he didn't own any gas cans and there was a gas can, that would be something that would raise a flag for me. The fact that he owned a gas can and he owned 5 or 6 of them, and by the garage door was also not something that raised a flag to me.
But the gas can was important to you because that's maybe how the fire started, right?
No.
No?
No, I didn't insinuate that at all. I have no idea how that fire started. I have no idea how the other fire started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I went past my time for the mid-morning break, didn't I? Are you gonna, I see the finger. Oh, yeah, I deserve it. All right, so I'm gonna give you your mid-morning break. It's now 10:20. We'll bring you back at around 10:35 or so, maybe a few minutes after, just to make sure everyone has time to use the bathroom. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. We'll come right back out.
Physically, were
So
Some medications. Do you
Okay.
when you said smudge and you said some medications. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him what medications did you take?
You know,
Okay. So we don't know, and you don't know. It could be any medication in the world. You have no idea what medication it could be.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all.
Redirect.
No, Judge, I don't think.
You step down, sir. Thank you. State can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Catherine Lucchese.
Okay.
Judge, can I just correct a statement?
Yeah, of course. Oh, ma'am. You're just going to come right up here. Just watch your step as you take this step up onto the witness stand there. Yes, please. And then if you don't mind, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. I'm just going to ask you to take a seat, get comfortable. I want to pull it in a little bit. Okay. I need you to speak up because juror number 15 and 16, they need to hear you over there. Okay. Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Catherine Lucchese, that's Lucchese.
Okay. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Lucchese, good morning. How you doing? Can you tell us back in November of 2018 where it is that you lived?
44 Willowbrook Road, Falls Neck, New Jersey.
44 Willowbrook Road, Coleside, New Jersey. Okay. Just gonna actually keep your voice up as fast as you can. Now, on that, let's just draw your attention to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes,
Do you remember the time period somewhere around noon that day?
yes.
And how do you remember?
Came back from breakfast, so like around 12:30, came home. And as I was outside my house and I received a phone call.
I'm sorry. You said you're outside your house.
Yes, I was walking towards back to the house and my phone rang and I got a phone call.
I don't want to ask you what that person told you, but who called you?
David,
Who's David?
he's our landscaper.
Okay. Now, David, your landscaper, did he landscape any other properties or houses in your area?
Yes,
People you knew?
yes.
And who were those people?
The Caneiros and my other neighbor, Boris.
Boris? Does Boris live on Willowbrook Road or some other street?
It's about a street.
Okay. And you said the Caneros.
Yes.
Okay. Who are the Caneros?
Jennifer, Keith, Jesse, and Sophia.
Okay. And I think you said already, they live across the street.
Yes.
Now, can you describe what, if any, relationship you had with the Caneros back in November of 2018?
They're our first friends in Close Neck when we moved 2017. And They're the one who like basically introduced us to the people in the neighborhood.
So you said something about 2017. What does 2017 represent?
That's the year that we moved to Willowbrook.
Okay. So you moved to 44 Willowbrook in 2017.
Yes,
You met the Caneros.
yes,
Now, I don't want to get into specifics, but at the time, back in November 20th, 2018, did you have children?
yes,
Okay, and you said the Caneros did too, right?
yes.
Were any of the children similar in age?
They are a year apart. My daughter will be like, 3 or 4, and the other will be the next age, so.
Now, did any of your children go to school at that time with any of the Canero children?
They go to the same school,
Okay, they did, correct?
yes.
Okay. And now, did you see the Canero children like on a daily basis?
Yes,
And where would that be?
across the street during the pickup bus in the morning,
Did they take the same bus?
yes.
And where would the bus come specifically?
Street,
I mean, obviously you're talking about that bus picks up your kids and the kids across the street, right?
yes.
Did the bus come somewhere between the two of your houses?
Yes, they'll stop Canara first, and then they're like very short distance, they stop in front of my entrance.
Did you make observations on days that year of the Canero children at the bus stop?
Yes.
How about any parents?
Yes,
Who would that be?
Jennifer mostly,
Okay. Did you ever see Keith there?
sometimes,
Now, you talked about getting a phone call from David, your landscaper, right?
yes.
Now, as a result of whatever information you learned during that phone call, what did you do?
I called Jennifer and Keith. They did not pick up. I'm not sure if I called them first or text them first. I did both.
So you texted and called Jennifer,
Yes,
and that's Jennifer Canaro, right?
yes,
Okay, and you texted and called Keith Canaro?
yes.
Did you get any answer or response to any of those calls or messages?
No,
Did you do anything else as a result of it?
yes.
What was that?
I called the fire department.
Can I just ask? We'll stay there. You called the fire department. Would that be, how'd you do that? Do you remember like what number you dialed?
911.
And where physically were you located when you called 911 that morning?
In front of my house.
Now, do you have any surveillance cameras at or on your house
Yes,
back in 2018?
yes,
Okay. And at some point, did police ask you about those cameras?
yes,
Okay. And did you agree to provide some footage at a later date?
yes,
Or at that date to the police?
yes.
Dave, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S99 for identification. Do you see, this is a CD, correct?
Yes.
And does it indicate what's located on that?
911 calls.
Okay. And does it say your name on there?
Yes,
Now, at any point in time prior to your testimony today, did you review any 911 calls that may have been made in this case?
yes.
And whose 911 call did you review?
Mine.
Okay. And when you listened to it, did it appear to be accurate based upon your recollection of things that you said and were asked by the 911 operator?
Yes.
I would ask for permission to play the 911 call. It's S99.
Ms. Salone, any objection? No. Okay. You play it.
Where's the emergency?
Hi, my name is across the street. There's a lot of smoke coming out of the house.
What's your address?
15 Willowbrook Road.
15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes,
And what town?
Postman, New Jersey.
And what's your name?
Okay. My name is Kathy.
Kathy, then what phone number you calling from, Kathy?
Yeah, if somebody could send it right away.
What's the phone, Kathy, what's the phone number you're calling me from? And do you know if anyone's in the residence?
I'm calling my neighbor, they're not answering, and I don't think anybody's home.
Do you see any flames? Do you see any flames or is it smoke?
A lot of smoke, I can't see if there's a fire, it's on the other side of the house.
What address are you calling from?
I'm right across, I'm sorry, what street you said?
You're right across the street?
I live right across the street.
We'll get somebody right out there, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ma'am, you just listened to that call. Was that accurate based upon your recollection from back on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
You were asked a question during the course of that call about whether or not you saw any flames or smoke or those types of things, correct?
Right.
What, if any, observations did you make of the home?
Looks like nobody's home. I didn't really go any further.
Okay. Did you see any smoke at all from your perspective? Okay. Now, you talked about earlier how your home had some surveillance footage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also, as part of discussing your potential testimony today, did you review any video from your home?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at it, did you understand and appreciate what you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And did it fairly and accurately depict like what that camera shows upon your home and across the street?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S63. S263, I'm sorry. You see what that CD says?
Yes.
It says what?
Vehicle.
A surveillance vehicle?
Surveillance.
Okay. Now, during the course of your preparation again, I showed you a clip of some surveillance from your home, correct?
Correct.
And you recognized it.
Yes.
That being said, Judge, I'm going to ask for permission just to play some portion of S263 clip F from S263.
Okay, go ahead. Any objection? Sorry. All right.
Yeah, before I get started, it's a 4-minute and 59-second clip. Can you see that on the screen?
Yep.
You see that at the bottom? Okay. And before we started, can you just tell me what that video is looking at?
The entrance to my garage and my front door.
Okay. Now, is there a road in that video there?
Yeah, that's the Willowbrook Road.
That's Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And anywhere in that video that we're looking at right now, can you see anyone?
No, I see myself. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm asking.
No, sorry.
Can you tell us just generally where you are or what you're wearing in that video from the best of your ability?
Black leggings, purple sweater.
Okay. Now, can you tell me like in what direction, I don't even mean east, west, but like what are you looking at right now at the start of this video?
Facing the house.
What?
My neighbor's house.
Which neighbor?
The Caneiros.
Okay. Can you see any portion of their house on that video?
Yes.
Okay. And what color do you see on their house?
White.
Okay. Can I just ask you, we have a little stylus here. I just want to ask you if you could circle yourself and put a square around just any portion of the Caneiro home you can see. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to do one other thing. I'm going to ask you a question first. Do you see the driveway to the Caneiro home?
Yes.
Where is that? Okay, and for the record, you just circled the left side of the screen,
Yes.
and that's what?
The entrance
Entrance
to their house.
to their house. Can we preserve that, Your Honor?
So this is going to be S263F.1.
Thank you, Judge. We're dead. So I'm gonna take that off. Okay, I'm gonna ask Julia if we can play that now, please. Pause for 1 second. We're pausing, Judge, at 10 seconds into the video. Ms. Lucchese, can you tell me what exactly, are you doing anything right now?
I was on the phone.
Okay. Who are you on the phone with at that point, if you remember?
I believe it's 911.
Okay, you can keep running, thank you. Just for the record, I'm gonna pause it at 36 seconds. I'm just gonna fast forward just a little bit.
Okay. Mr. Decker, you may have said it, but just so that the other part of so this exhibit is clear, the top left corner, did you go through that? Can you do that for us?
I didn't, Judge, and that's a good point. Ma'am, do you see the top left corner that the judge was discussing?
Yes,
Does it indicate a date?
yes.
What date is that?
November 20th, 2018.
And does it say what time it is?
Yes,
What time is that?
12:32.
And there's seconds on there too?
Yes, 50.
Okay, and what day of the week is it?
I believe it's Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. You can play, we're gonna play at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So a vehicle just passed by, right?
Yes.
And where are you right now?
Walking towards their entrance.
Okay. Can you pause it, please? Sorry. Then we're paused at 2 minutes and 24 seconds. What if anything just happened, ma'am?
Somebody reversing their car.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you know then who was in that car?
Yes.
Okay, who was it?
Morris, my neighbor.
Okay. Keep going. It's running here briefly, just, Mr. Casey, did you have any conversations that afternoon, like around this time with Horace?
Yes.
Did he, I don't want to know what he told you, but did he relay any observations he had made to you?
Yes.
Did you relay anything about that morning or that afternoon to him?
Yes.
Can you pause it for 1 second? Thank you. We just paused it at 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Did you see another vehicle enter the frame there?
Yes.
And did you know who that was?
David,
Okay, David,
our landscaper.
okay. And that's the same person that you said called you before you called 911?
Yes.
Casey, do you recall whether or not as a result of calls, the call you made to 911, did police and or other emergency responders actually arrive at the scene?
I believe it's the police first.
Okay. you see any vehicle that just entered the screen of the video?
Yes,
And do you know who that was?
please.
Police? Okay. Judge, I'm going to stop it at 4 minutes and 21 seconds of the video. Mr. Casey, did that accurately depict, your actions and your observations on Tuesday, November 20th, 2018 at approximately 12:34 to 12:36 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you made a call to 911, I guess at some point, it's okay. After you made the call to 911 and the police arrived, or while the police were responding, did you contact anyone else about what was going on other than the Caneiros and 911?
Yes,
Who'd you call?
the school.
Okay, and can you tell us why you called the school?
I was concerned, because what I just found out, and the fact that my neighbors are not answering their phones, and usually the kids, would be I know Sophia was home because she was sick. So I wasn't sure if she's home or not home. And then I know Jesse goes to school, but I didn't see him Tuesday morning, so I called the school to find out if they're in school.
Okay, so you said Sophia was sick. And how did you know that?
Because they were at my house, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
I believe Thursday or Friday, I'm not so sure.
And someone told you after that she wasn't feeling good?
Jennifer texted me that Sophia got sick.
Now, that morning, were you out at November 20th, 2018? Were you out at the bus stop with your children?
Yes.
Okay, and did you see any of the Caneiro children?
No.
Did you see Jennifer Caneiro?
No.
Did you see Keith Caneiro?
No.
Okay. So as a result of seeing the fire and remembering that, you called the school.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the school where your kids and their kids go?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to get into the substance of that conversation, but and as a result of your phone call to the school, did you confirm your suspicions that that Jesse and Sophia didn't go to school?
Yes.
And just to be clear, at some point during the course of this day, did you talk to any police officers and advise them of that sort of thing?
That day,
Yeah, that day or any time after?
yeah.
Yes.
I spoke to an officer. I don't remember his name.
Okay. Do you remember if you were asked by somebody to come in and talk to a couple detectives about, just calling 911 and that kind of stuff that you talked about today?
Yes,
Okay. You remember that?
I remember that.
And when you went in to talk to the police, did you tell them the things that you told the jury today?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further.
Cross.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your last name?
Lucchese.
Lucchese?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Lucchese. I just have a couple questions for you. My first question is, when you testified earlier that when you realized like something is happening, you tried calling and or texting Jennifer and Keith?
Yes.
Okay, you had both of their numbers.
Yes.
And when you called Keith, he didn't answer, correct?
I don't remember which voicemail I left the message, but I did call both of them just to make sure one of them please pick up the phone.
Right.
Like I said, I don't know whose voicemail I left the message.
Okay. But when you called Jennifer, her phone was off, correct?
I don't recall.
It's been a long time, right? You gave a statement in this case?
Yes.
Okay. approach you with what's been marked as S98. This is a copy of, you gave a statement in this case previously, right?
Correct.
Like a long time ago. This is a copy of your statement. See, do you agree it has your name at the top?
Yes.
And there's a date on it, right? It was December 4th of 2018,
Yes.
just like a couple weeks after this happened, right?
Yes.
And the statement is just a few pages long, and it looks like it has both your initials and your signature at the bottom, right? And that indicates that after you gave the statement, you reviewed it and it was accurate,
Yes.
right? Okay, so I'm just gonna direct your attention to page 2. And we're gonna look at kind of the middle of this paragraph here. Do you want to put it in front of you? And I'm just gonna direct you to this sentence right here about calling Jennifer and Keith.
Okay.
And let me just read it to yourself and let me know when you're ready.
He did not add that part, right?
You don't read it out loud, just read it to
Oh,
yourself
sorry.
and then let me know
Okay,
when you're
sorry.
done.
Okay.
Okay, so does that help refresh your recollection that at the time you called Keith and Jennifer, her phone was off?
I said I don't remember. If I said it during that time, probably I remember. I still don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay, you don't remember as you're sitting here today?
Yes.
Right, but back then your memory would have been better.
Yes.
So in your statement, if you say Jennifer's phone was off, you would agree with the accuracy of that?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had seen Jennifer and the kids recently prior to this.
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time with them?
They come and play with my kids. Sometimes they'll do sleepover.
Were you familiar with Claudia?
Yes.
And who was Claudia?
Their babysitter.
Was she like a nanny?
I would assume that.
Yes.
Yes.
And was she there like almost daily? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Did you see her?
Yes.
Family when you saw her?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, you can step, any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Just be careful stepping down, okay? Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Christopher Brady.
Okay. Morning, sir. Just watch your step as you're coming up into the witness box. You can put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you get comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Lieutenant Christopher Brady, B-R-A-D-Y.
Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Lieutenant. Where are you employed?
Ocean Township Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Oh, over 20 years I've been employed.
And you're currently a lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you take us through the trajectory of your law enforcement career at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Sure. I was hired in 2005 as a dispatcher at Ocean Township. In 2008, I was hired as a patrolman, went to the police academy. I remained in the patrol division until 2017, where I moved to the detective bureau. I was there for 4 years, then promoted to sergeant, went back out to the patrol division, and then I became a lieutenant in September of 2025.
So in November of 2018, were you a detective with the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
All right, I guess I should back up. Did you work anywhere prior to Ocean Township?
No.
As a detective, did you have any on-call responsibilities back in 2018?
Yes.
And what does it mean to be on call as a detective in the Ocean Township Police Department?
In Ocean Township, we don't have a detective on duty 24 hours a day. So usually overnights and weekends, a detective's on call. So if one's needed, he's called from home and responds in.
So currently you're in the patrol division as a lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay. What's the difference between the patrol division and the detective bureau?
The patrol division is the people you see in the uniform and police cars. They respond to all the calls for service and handle those immediate first aid calls and things of that nature. Detective responds after the fact for open investigations, follows leads, gathers evidence, interviews suspects, and things like that.
Now, back in 2018, did the detectives wear body-worn cameras?
They did not.
Patrol officers did, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to the morning of Tuesday, November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Were you the primary on-call detective for the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, notifications did you receive at about 5:45 a.m.?
I received a call from the on-duty sergeant, Sergeant Malone, in reference to a suspicious fire at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean.
And what did you do as a result of that call?
I responded to work and headed right up to the scene.
And what was your role in responding to the scene as the detective?
Process the scene, photograph, speak to witnesses, investigate the incident.
Can you tell us how that call came in?
At approximately 4:59 a.m., the Monmouth County radio room received an alarm at 27 Tilton Drive, basement fire alarm. Shortly after that, at 5:01 a.m., the radio room again received a 911 call from Caitlin Caneiro in reference to smoke condition in the house. The radio room then notifies Ocean Township Dispatch, we then dispatch our officers up to scene shortly thereafter.
And what time did you arrive on scene?
6:15, 6:20, somewhere in there.
Can you describe the conditions of the scene when you arrived?
It was a very active scene. There's fire trucks, multiple police vehicles all over the street and the yards and things like that.
What other agencies were already on scene prior to you arriving?
We have officers from Ocean Township Police, the Oakhurst Fire Department, Wanabassa Fire Department, and Neptune Fire Department, as well as the Oakhurst Fire Marshal.
Now, while you're on scene that morning, did you have the opportunity to make any observations of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes, I made observations throughout the day.
Were there any cars parked in the driveway?
Yes, there was 3 vehicles in the driveway. There was a white Porsche Macan that was parked up in the driveway. It was a two-car garage in the driveway. There was a white Porsche Macan in front of the garage on the left, a Porsche Carrera next to that vehicle, and a Jeep Wrangler about halfway down the driveway.
What, if any, observations did you make of any video surveillance cameras?
I noted next to the front door of the residence, there was a Ring doorbell camera. There was also surveillance cameras mounted at the corners of the garage of the house. It appeared that they were facing the front of the residence, the driveway. There was cameras mounted above the garage facing the rear of the house. And I also observed another camera under the soffit of the garage facing the back of the house.
Now, when you get on scene as the detective, were you briefed on what had transpired up to that point?
Yes.
Who did you speak to first?
Sergeant Malone and Patrolman Redmond.
What, if any, evidence did you learn had already been collected from that scene?
They had taken a DVR out of the garage and kept that as evidence.
And did you make any observations of the homeowners while you were on scene?
I saw them in another white Porsche that was parked in the street, approximately 2 houses down to the south of their residence.
Did you learn their names at some point?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was Paul Caneiro and his wife Susan Caneiro and their adult daughters Marissa and Caitlin Caneiro.
Did you see any patrol officers on scene aside from Sergeant Malone and Redmond?
Yes.
Did you recall an Officer Marino being on scene?
Yes.
What was he doing when you arrived?
He was safeguarding an area up on the top of the driveway by the garage door on the left.
And when you arrived, did you see any damage to the house?
Yes, I mainly saw a lot of smoke damage at the top of the house and the front of it in the beginning, and eventually I did see some damage in the back.
Who was Craig Flanagan?
The Oakhurst Fire Marshal.
Was he on scene when you arrived?
Yes,
Did you have a conversation with him?
I did.
As a result of your conversation with him, what, if anything, did you request Ocean Dispatch to do?
I requested them to notify the on-call detective from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office to contact me.
Why did you do that?
He had notified the Monmouth County Fire Marshal's office, and as policy procedure, those notifications go hand in hand.
Did those officers or any officers from that unit ever get back to you?
Yes.
Who was that?
I received a call from Detective Sergeant Maglioso. I advised him of the situation that I had at that point. I was not requesting any assistance from his office. I told him that the Fire Marshal's office was coming. If they determined that we needed more assistance, I would contact them again.
At any point in time, did you speak with the homeowners while you were on scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with them once or more than once?
More than once.
Okay. And when was the first time that you spoke with them?
It was approximately 7 a.m.
Where were you when you initially spoke with them at that time?
They were on the front porch of their neighbor's house next door.
What was your purpose in speaking with them?
Just to find out what happened that morning.
Which of the homeowners did you speak to first?
Susan Caneiro.
Okay. And without telling us any hearsay or anything like that, what was the topic of what you'd asked her?
Just received her account of the morning's events.
Okay. Who did you speak to after that?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And how did that conversation begin?
I just asked him what occurred this morning.
What was his response?
He had told me that he was asleep in his bedroom. He heard an alarm going off inside the house. He awoke to smoke coming out of the vents. He woke up and began to wake up his family and tell them to get out of the house. As his family was exiting the house, he said that he had turned around and went back inside and removed a car out of the driveway, out of the garage, for whatever reason. And then as he backed out of the garage, he closed the garage door. When he said he closed the garage door, he said he didn't know if any more air was going to be a problem.
So you didn't know if any more air was going to be a problem?
Yes.
What was your understanding of which garage door he had referred to?
I believe it was the garage door on the right, as the garage door on the left had two vehicles parked in front of it.
What, if any, questions did you ask him after that?
I asked him if he was injured at all.
And what was his response?
Said that he had possibly hit his hand on the doorknob as a family was exiting the residence.
Did you offer a first aid?
I did.
And what was his response to that?
He declined.
Did you yourself observe that injury?
I did.
Okay, and specifically tell us what you observed.
I observed just a red mark, an abrasion on his top of his left hand.
Actually, I should ask you, were any photos taken of that injury to his hand?
Later on that day, I did.
We'll come to that. Who did you speak to after you spoke to Mr. Caneiro at that point?
At that point, I believe the fire marshal might have arrived on scene.
Okay. Well, did any other family members of the defendants arrive on scene that morning?
Yes, his daughters were present also. I just spoke to them.
Okay. And anyone else that he introduced you to?
Eventually, I was introduced to his brother, Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And specifically, how did that come about?
We were just standing on the sidewalk, I believe we were at the time, in the vicinity of the residence. The two men were speaking. I was nearby, and then he introduced me. This is my brother.
Do you recall about what time that was?
Not specifically, no.
What, if anything, did you see Corey give to the defendant?
I gave him some money.
Do you know where Corey went that day after that on scene?
Not at that time, I did not.
Okay. At some point, did he leave the scene and then
Yes.
return?
Possibly. I don't recall specifically.
You indicated that you had made some initial observations of the house and then some observations later on.
Yes.
What were the observations of the house that you made later on?
So once the sun came up, I was able to get a more accurate view of the house. And the rear of the house is where the heavy body of fire had caused the damage. If you're looking at the house from the backyard, the bottom left corner of the house was badly burned. The fire went up back of the house and then made its way along the right, to the right in the soffit area along the roof. It appeared that the fire had entered the attic. I observed a broken window to the basement at the bottom left corner that was near the gas main, and there was a broken window on the first floor as well.
What, if any, observations did you make of the driveway area?
The driveway had white aluminum doors. The garage door on the left had burning markings on the bottom left corner of it, and there was a gas can next to the garage door that was knocked over, and there was a charred object at the time. I did not know what it was. There was just a black ball of char in the driveway in front of the garage door.
Was there a shed on the property?
There was a shed on the property.
When did you learn about that?
Patrolman Redman advised me of the shed.
Okay. And what, if any, observations did you make of the shed?
I went back to the shed and opened the door. There was storage. And on the floor of the shed, I observed 3 gas cans. There was 2 5-gallon gas cans and 1 2-gallon gas can that looked very similar to the gas can that was in the driveway. In between the 2-gallon gas can and the 5 was an empty void, as if another can could have been placed there.
What, if any, other observations did you make on the shed or near the shed?
I did not observe any other ones. I was advised from Patrolman Redman that when he was on scene, there was a shoe print on a stone in front of the shed, if your feet were wet, but that had dried by the time I got in there.
Do you know if efforts had been made to preserve that print?
Yes. Sergeant Malone Redman advised they covered it with a container to try and preserve it as best they could, but it had dried.
Now, at about 7:05 a.m., who ultimately arrived on scene?
Deputy Fire Marshal Christopher Tabirian from the Monmouth County Fire Marshal's Office
And what was his role?
to investigate the cause and origin of the fire.
And what did you see him do there?
He conducted his investigation and processed the scene for his investigation.
Now, while he was conducting his investigation, was your attention drawn to any other areas of the scene?
Yes, he had pointed out some burning or charring on the hood of the portion of can that was in the driveway. And he additionally showed me the broken window of the basement window well, had glass on the inside and the outside of it.
Specifically, where was the Porsche Macan located in the driveway if you're facing that the garage?
You're facing the garage, it's on the farthest left of the residence, of the driveway.
At some point, did the deputy fire marshal's investigation conclude?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you contact at the time of the conclusion of that investigation?
I recontacted Detective Sergeant Maglioso and advised him that we were requesting additional assistance from the prosecutor's office, major crimes, and forensics unit.
Why did you do that?
The fire marshal advised that he believed the fire was intentionally set.
Okay, and who from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Crime Scene Forensic Unit ultimately responded?
Detective Nicholas Catalona.
Do you remember about what time he responded?
It was approximately 8:13, I believe.
Generally speaking, what did he do?
His job is to collect evidence and process the scene.
Did anyone from the Major Crimes Unit of the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office arrive?
Yes, Detective Brian Weisbrod.
Okay, and do you know what his role was?
His role is to assist me in investigating the incident.
Do you recall about when he arrived?
Shortly after Detective Kettle.
So just to be clear, you're the lead detective on this from the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and then Detective Weisbrod is the lead from the Major Crimes Unit of the Prosecutor's Office?
Correct.
And then is Detective Catalona the lead from the Crime Scene Unit of the Prosecutor's Office?
Yes.
What, if any, requests did the Caneiro family make at about that time?
The homeowners have requested they had medicine inside the residence that they wanted to get. The Oak Ridge Fire Department assisted in obtaining that medication for them.
Let me ask you, approximately how long were you on scene for?
Approximately 5.5 hours.
What, if any, observations did you make of the defendant and the family at that time in those 5 hours that you were on scene?
They had gone from inside their vehicle to outside the vehicle, moving around the sidewalk, talking to neighbors. Just outside.
At any point, did you check in on the two daughters again?
I did.
Okay, and specifically, who did you make contact with?
With Caitlin and Marissa, I believe I spoke to both of them again.
Did you learn if they had gone anywhere that morning?
They advised that they want to go get some breakfast, and they did leave and get breakfast and come back.
Did you see who they went with?
I do not know that.
Okay. Did you speak to any neighbors while you were on scene?
I did.
Who was that?
Jonathan Harrington.
Where did he live?
He lived directly to the west of the Caneiro residence, right across the street from Tilton Drive.
I want to draw your attention now ahead a little bit to about 9:50 a.m. Did you speak to anyone at that point in time?
I did.
Who did you speak to?
Defendant.
Was anyone with you when you spoke to the defendant?
Detective Weisbrod.
And where was he located?
I believe he was in his vehicle at that time, or standing on the sidewalk.
Do you remember what vehicle he had?
They were sitting in the Porsche Cayenne that was in the street.
What color is that?
White.
Okay. When you say it was in the street, did you see where that vehicle was in the street?
Yeah, it was parked 2 houses to the south
To the south of their house?
of their house, correct?
So if you're facing the house, south is.
To the right.
You previously spoken to the family, right, at about 7?
Yes.
And now you're speaking to the defendant at about 9:50 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose in speaking with him at that point?
The fire marshal indicated he wanted to check the Porsche Macan that had burn markings on it for fire extension. He needed to speak to the defendant to obtain consent to look into the Macan.
Okay, and specifically, why did you want to look into the Macan at that point?
Check for extension of the fire, see if it had damaged the rest of the vehicle.
When you spoke to the defendant, did you ask him for anything?
I asked for consent.
Okay. And when you asked him for consent, was there any paperwork that went along with that?
Yes, there's a standard consent to search form that was provided by Detective Weisbrod.
Okay. And when Detective Weisbrod provided him with that form, did he read it to him?
Yes, he read it to him verbatim.
Okay. And then what, if anything, happened as he was reading it to him?
Each line of the form, you ask if you understand it. If you understand the initial of the line,
And was consent ultimately provided?
yes, it was.
Did you also sign that form?
I did.
Showing counsel has been marked as S93. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as S93. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is the consent to search form.
Okay. Whose name is on the top?
Paul Caneiro.
And who wrote that?
Paul Caneiro.
He wrote that? Okay. And then you see there's an A and a B section there?
Yes.
Okay, what does B say?
This is a motor vehicle which is specifically described as a Porsche Macan, bearing New Jersey Reg DCJ 3105, white in color.
Okay, and is B circled?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that written by?
It might have been written by Detective Weisbrod. I'm not positive. I don't recall that.
Okay, and then do you see in the middle where it says, I have been advised of and understand the following?
Yes.
Do you see that? Number 1, it says, I have the right to refuse to allow police to conduct the search?
Yes.
Okay, whose initials are there?
PC, Paul Caneiro.
Okay, did you see him write his initials there?
Yes.
Okay, did you see him write all of his, anything he wrote on this page, you saw him?
Yes.
Right, okay, what does number 2 say?
I have the right to revoke my consent to search at any time and may stop the search at any time.
Okay, and whose initials are there?
PC, Paul Caneiro.
And how about number 3?
I have the right to be present while the search is conducted. I waive/do not waive this right.
Okay, and what is circled there?
I waive.
Did he waive it or not?
He did not.
Okay, why is I waive circled?
I believe it was a mistake.
Okay, was ultimately, was that Macan searched?
Yes.
Okay, and when it was searched, was the defendant allowed to be present?
Yes, he was.
Okay. What does the next paragraph down say?
Does I authorize the police officers and retain any items of evidential value which they consider pertinent to their investigation. I understand I'll be given a receipt for anything which is taken as evidenced by the police.
Whose initials are there?
PC, Paul Caneiro.
And then what is the last sentence?
I've given this permission voluntarily of my own free will without coercion, fear, or threat.
Is it initialed?
Yes, ma'am.
By who?
PC, Paul Caneiro.
Is there a signature at the bottom?
Mr. Caneiro's signature is there.
And the date?
11/20/18 at 9:50 a.m.
And the time? 9:50?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, and then the other 2 signatures on there with the date and time, whose signatures are those?
Detective Weisbrod and my own.
Thank you. When did Fire Marshal Tiberian conduct that investigation or the search of that Macon?
Not long after we obtained consent,
Where did that occur?
in the driveway.
Okay. And prior to the inspection, was the defendant advised that that was going to take place?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He unlocked the vehicle for us.
Okay, so he was present during that investigation. Okay, and you say he unlocked the vehicle?
Yes.
Do you know how he unlocked it?
With the key fob,
How long did that inspection take place?
roughly 10 to 15 minutes.
During that inspection, did you have further opportunities to observe the Macon?
Yes, I was able to take a look into the engine compartment. It was in pristine conditions, clean, didn't look like the fire had touched the engine at all.
Now, what else was taking place in that same general area at the time that that inspection of the Macon was happening?
Other officers and detectives were taking a look at the garage door that was in front of the McCann.
Were you present for that as well?
Yes, it's all right there in the same vicinity.
Okay. What, if anything, did the defendant say during that time?
Said that door is making me nervous.
Did you know what he was referring to?
Not specifically, I assumed the door that we were looking at had burn markings on it.
Specifically, what door were you looking at?
The garage door on the left in front of the McCann.
Okay. Was anything happening with the garage door at that point?
The techs were opening and closing it.
Okay. And then at what point did the defendant say that door is making me nervous?
After we were closing it, I believe, I'm not 100% certain.
And was that comment made in response to any questions or anything like that?
No.
Now, did you ask the defendant consent for anything else that morning?
Yes,
And what was that?
that was the DVR that had been retrieved from the residence.
Okay, so specifically, you asked for his consent to view the DVR?
Yes,
When did that take place?
later on at the police station.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean the actual
Oh,
search.
when
When
did
did
we ask?
the request for consent?
It was after 11 o'clock, I believe.
Okay, so it was after the consent from Macon?
Yes,
Okay. Why were you asking for consent to search the DVR, to watch the DVR?
we were investigating the fires as a crime at that point in time. It was the defendant's property, and we believe that the surveillance footage may have captured who lit the house on fire or how the fire started.
What was the defendant's response when you asked him for consent to view the DVR system?
He had said that he was having some issues with the system. There was some type of firewall or connectivity issue. It's gone online, offline in the recent past. He wasn't even sure if it was working at the time.
And did he ultimately consent to the search of the DVR?
He did.
And was there any paperwork that went along with that?
Consent to search form.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for special counsel as S94. Showing you what's been marked as S94. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
the consent to search form for the DVR.
All right. And was this filled out in essentially the same way as the other consent form from Macon?
Yes,
And read the lines on here were read to the defendant verbatim?
yes,
Okay, and then he placed his markings on here?
correct.
Okay. And are his initials on here as well?
Yes,
Okay. And is this the same exact form as the one that you filled out for the Macon? Okay. Is the defendant's signature on here?
yes.
Is there a date?
11/20/18,
And is there a time?
11:37 a.m.
And who are the other two signatures?
Detective Weisbrod and myself. My own.
Who ultimately viewed the DVR system?
Detective Weisbrod, Detective Valenti, and myself
Where was that done?
at Ocean Township Police Department.
And why was it done there?
The power had been shut down to the residents due to the fire. We had to bring it to the police station to power it up.
And around what time did the inspection of the DVR at headquarters take place?
After 12 o'clock noon.
So the consent form was signed at about 11:37 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you and the investigative team on scene for?
I was on scene for approximately 5.5 hours, but officers remained on location to secure the scene time after we had left. I had left.
About what time were you leaving the scene?
11:50 in the morning.
Now, as you were leaving, were any fire suppression efforts still taking place?
I was more so overhaul and clean up from the fire department.
Were different members of the investigative team on scene doing different things?
Yes.
Were members from the Ocean Township Police Department on scene doing any type of investigative work?
Yes.
What was that?
It was Detective Sergeant Martin, Detective Orbach, and Detective Melody were assisting me. They were canvassing the area, the neighbors for surveillance footage, witness statements, anything that we could find that would help us.
Now, just prior to leaving the scene, did you have occasion to speak with the defendant and his family again?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, when you spoke with them, where were they?
They were in their vehicle.
The Cayenne?
The Cayenne, yes.
Okay, and where were they parked? In the same spot or somewhere else?
I believe they had moved their vehicle up a little bit closer to the scene.
And when you spoke with them, were you by yourself or with somebody else?
With Detective Westbrook.
Okay, and what specifically did you and Detective Boyce brought, or what did you say to them?
I asked them if we were requesting them to come down to the police station to give a statement for us.
Okay, was there a response?
Not initially, but yes, they did come down.
Okay, but I guess what I'm saying is when you asked them that, if they would come to headquarters, like, what was their initial response to you?
Their initial response was that they wanted to go somewhere to be able to clean up, get change of clothes.
Okay. Ultimately, however, did they go straight to headquarters?
They did.
Okay, how did they get there?
They drove their car.
Did one of the daughters come separately?
Yes, Marissa was actually not on scene. She was taking the family's dogs to a friend's house for safety.
So the Caneiro family takes the Cayenne to headquarters?
Yes.
And then how did you get to headquarters?
I drove my vehicle behind them.
And did Detective Weisbrot also respond to headquarters?
Yes, he did.
When you and Detective Weisbrot left the scene, you indicated other officers remained on scene?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall when that scene was released?
The scene was released completely. It was on November 24th.
Okay, and what does it mean for a scene to be released?
We are done with our investigation. The yellow crime scene tape is removed and the residents can have access to their home again.
Okay, so from the time you left the scene until the time it was released, do you know whether there was, the scene was secured?
There was a police officer from Ocean Township there 24 hours a day.
And is that what it means for the scene to be
Yes.
secured, essentially? Approximately what time did you and Detective Weisbrot arrive to headquarters?
Just after noon,
When did the Caneiro family arrive?
same time.
Where did they go when they initially arrived to headquarters?
I had them have a seat in the front lobby of the police station.
Okay, now, did any other detectives from the prosecutor's office, and you may have said it, but aside from Detective Weisbrot at the time, who else responded to Ocean Township Police Department?
Detective Valenti had responded and Detective Kettle had also come to the police station.
What was Detective Valente's purpose in responding to headquarters?
He was going to assist us in being able to view the DVR footage.
Okay, and how did he do that specifically? How did he assist you?
It was just the DVR is all we had, so he was able to take a computer monitor and hook that up so we could watch the images.
Okay, I don't want you to tell me anything about what you saw, but just, were you able to watch any surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. And did there come a time, or I should say during the time that you were finishing up reviewing those DVR recordings, what if any notifications did you receive?
We had became aware of a fire at 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck,
And at what time did you become aware of that?
but before 1 p.m.
And how were you notified of that?
The members of the prosecutor's office had gotten some type of notification to their phone of an additional fire in the county.
As a result of that notification, what if any inquiries did you make at that time?
So Ocean Township and Colts Neck and numerous other police departments in Monmouth County use the same CAD systems, computer-aided dispatch, where our dispatchers enter the call service in the computer. The officers write that report in that same computer system. Spillman is the name of the system. I utilized Spillman. I was able to view the incident in Colts Neck and started reading in real time the narrative entries of that incident.
What if anything of note did you observe about that entry?
There was a structure fire involved, and there was a narrative entry of a deceased body on the front yard of the residence.
Did you learn who the homeowner of that residence was at 15 Willowbrook?
There was a narrative entry. The homeowner's name was Keith Caneiro.
And did that cause you any concern at that point?
Yes, it's the same last name as the house I had just investigated a fire at.
So as a result of that, learning that, did you do anything to confirm whether or not there was any relation?
Yes, utilizing Spillman again, I started looking into other calls for service and looking into things, and I was able to figure out that they were brothers.
Once you figured that out, what, if anything, did you do with respect to the Caneiro family who had been in the lobby?
I went up to the lobby and I asked them to come down to the Detective Bureau for their safety.
Were they made aware at that point of the fire at 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, they were already aware. They had received a text message from a family friend advising them of the fire.
So you say you brought them down to the Detective Bureau?
Yes.
Okay. And where specifically in the Detective Bureau did they go?
It's in the bottom floor, and we placed them in the conference room of the Detective Bureau.
And again, you indicated your concern was for safety purposes.
Yes. The front lobby is open to the public. Anyone can walk in. We had no idea what was happening, so we feel like it was safer for them to be with us in the Detective Bureau.
And was the family allowed to keep their phones on them and stay together?
Yes.
Both? Okay. While the family was in the conference room, what, if any, requests were made?
They had made requests to check on some family members, check on their welfare.
Okay, specifically of who?
We checked on the parents of the defendant.
Ultimately, when you checked on them, did you learn anything about their well-being?
Yes, they were fine. They live in New York. NYPD went to their house and they were in fine condition.
What, if any, comments did the defendant make to you with regard to you checking on the parents?
He asked to make sure that they did not know about the fire.
What other family members did the Ocean Township Police Department reach out to at about that time?
We were able to make contact with the other brother, Corey Caneiro, and his wife, Elisa.
Now, had you seen Corey at any point earlier that day?
I did.
Was he the other brother that was on scene?
The other brother that was on scene,
You
yes.
saw him giving money to confidant?
Correct.
What town did he live in?
Fairhaven.
Were Jennifer Caneiro's parents contacted?
Yes, we were able to contact them and we advised them to go to the Colts Neck Police Department.
You indicated that the family had kept their phones on them, their cell phones, while they were in the conference room.
Sorry, yes.
That's okay. What, if any, notifications did they receive at that point that you learned of?
Because they had their phones on, they started seeing media updates and they had full access to everything that was out there at that time.
Okay. And did you learn anything specific that they had been made aware of through their phones?
It had been learned that there were now 4 fatalities as a result of the fire in Colts Neck.
And how specifically, how was it that you knew they were aware of that?
There was a lot of emotional outbursts and crying. They were demanding answers of us that we couldn't provide them at that time.
What was the defendant's demeanor like?
He was very quiet. He did not say a lot. He did look upset at times, but he was more or less very quiet.
What, if any, statements did the defendant make during that time?
And he advised me that his brother, Keith, had sent him some text messages during the overnight hours.
Did he specifically say anything about the number of text messages that he received from Keith?
He had received 4 text messages, he stated.
And what, if any, concerns about those text messages did the defendant express to you?
He had wished he had heard them.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Was that the first time that the defendant told you about those text messages?
Yes.
Eventually, did you take any formal statements from Susan Caneiro,
Yes.
Caitlin Caneiro,
Yes.
and Marissa Caneiro?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
They're late afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock.
So what was happening with regard to, just in a very general sense, what was happening with regard to your investigation of 27 Willowbrook? What?
27 Tilden.
I'm sorry, 27 Tilden, while 15 Willowbrook, while that was pending. Was anything happening with your investigation?
There was still a fire marshal on scene conducting his investigation. We were kind of on pause for a little bit to try and figure out what exactly was happening to the family. So we weren't hastily making any investigative steps at that point.
So were you essentially in like a holding pattern?
Yes.
And the family and the defendant were still at headquarters at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, let me ask you this first. What further investigative steps, if any, were taken during that time?
Detectives were able to obtain surveillance footage from 2 addresses on Tilton Drive.
Do you remember the addresses?
One was 30 Tilton Drive, I believe, and the other actually is a Green Grove Road. It was 308 Green Grove Road, which is the corner of Green Grove and Tilton Drive.
So the residence 30 Tilton Drive, do you know where that was located in relation to the defendant's residence?
That residence is located to the west of their house.
And how about 308 Green Grove Road? Where was that located?
Furthermore west at the end of the Tilton Drive, the T intersection.
Now, while you were at headquarters that evening, did you take any photographs of the defendant's left hand?
I did.
And again, why did you take those?
He had indicated an injury that occurred
And what specifically, about what time did you take those photographs?
between 7:30 and 8 o'clock at night.
Detective, I'm going to show you, and I'll first show counsel, what's marked as S1B, and it's going to be slides 1 through 5. Can you show me, counsel?
Is there any objection to putting them on the screen?
Detective, what are we looking at here? Who are we looking at?
That is a photograph of the defendant.
Okay, and specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to his left hand there. Okay, and is that what you had referred to earlier when you indicated you saw some sort of injury?
Yes.
Can you move to the next slide, please? Maybe slide 4, I believe. Okay, what are we looking at here?
That's just a more close-up picture of his left hand, the injury.
Did you get to make observations? I think you said you did, of the injury earlier while you were at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any difference in the way it looked from the time you were at the scene until these pictures were taken?
The swelling had increased by the time I took this picture.
And now we can move on to the last slide 5. Okay, and what are we looking at here?
Picture of the defendant's left hand.
It's just closer up.
Closer version of it, yes.
Thank you. For those pictures, did they fairly and accurately depict how the defendant's hand and how he looked at the time that you took them?
Yes.
What happens at about 12:15 a.m. now on that next day, 11/21/18?
The defendant was charged with 1 count of arson.
Was anything done with the defendant's clothes that he was wearing?
They were secured as evidence by Detective Catalone.
And was anything done with his cell phone?
That was also secured as evidence.
Do you recall what kind of a cell phone it was?
Yeah, iPhone 10 or X, whatever they call it.
Now, that same night, what, if anything, was done with the Porsche Cayenne, the car that the family had drove to headquarters in?
That vehicle was also seized as evidence. It was secured in the security of the police bar parking lot, locked with the key fob, and we placed a club on the steering wheel.
And when you say it was secured, where specifically was it secured?
Right outside our door, there's gates all around where our police department vehicles are parked, so no one can enter and exit.
And you indicated that it was locked?
Yes.
And what happened to the key fob?
The key fob we kept. We used the key fob to lock the door.
Okay, now what time did Susan and her daughter stay on scene until?
It was later in the evening.
Do you
8,
know
10 o'clock.
Okay. And do you know ultimately, did they leave the scene at headquarters?
Yes, they arranged for their own transportation away from the police station.
What, if any, further involvement did you have in this investigation?
So over time, we continue to interview witnesses, review body-worn camera footage from the officers that were first on scene, and continue investigating any lead that we might find.
I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 2-minute break. If you can just go into the jury room just for 2 minutes.
That you discussed.
It's approximately 6:15, 6:20.
Okay, so a little more than an hour after the initial call, maybe an hour 15 after the initial call. Fair?
Fair.
Okay, and by the time you got there, there were multiple officers on scene,
Yes.
and obviously first responders and the fire personnel and all of those people.
Yes.
You also indicated that Fire Marshal Flanagan was on scene.
Yes.
Okay. And that when you first got there, you spoke to Sergeant Malone,
Yes.
and you had conversations with him and Officer Redmond, and the purpose of the conversation was that they were essentially debriefing you on what they had discovered so far.
Correct.
And the things that they had discovered, we've heard many times, but just to recap, the area, we're going to focus mostly on the area of the garage, right? Okay, so they told you about the small fire area by the garage and the gas can, correct?
Yes.
And they told you about the burn marks on the car,
Yes.
and they showed them to you. And also, there, like you said, there was like a char pile or something near the on the ground. And when you observed those things, like all of the other officers, your suspicions were raised, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Malone had also created like a parameter with the crime scene tape to kind of make sure that the area was secured.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because potentially the gas can and the char pile and the vehicle with the burn mark, that was evidence.
Potential evidence, yes.
Yeah. So when you're on scene with these other officers, like it's pretty clear that there's some sort of investigation into this fire occurring, correct?
Yes.
And given the evidence that was discovered so far, but by the way, I just want to, when you got there at 6:15-ish, it was still dark out?
Yes.
And was it dark for a little while after that too?
Yes.
November of 2018? Tell me if I'm wrong. Would you agree with me? The sun rose at approximately 7 a.m.-ish.
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay, so from the time that the call occurred to approximately 7 a.m., it was pretty dark out.
Yes.
And when you got there, as you also mentioned, because we've heard that the Oakhurst Fire Department was there, Wanamasa, but you also mentioned Neptune as well. There was someone from Neptune.
Yes, they sent an engine.
Okay, so there was actually 3 total fire departments there.
Yes.
And when you got there, did you do like an inspection of the area? Walked around the house and looked around and made observations?
Yes.
Okay. One of the observations you made is you describe in your report sort of like the layout of the home and the property.
Yes.
And you note that there's you make a note in your report of all of the different doors to the house.
Yes.
Okay, so you were taking note of that.
Yes.
And you noted that there's actually 3 rear doors.
Correct.
And there was a door to the mudroom,
What I believe was the mudroom, yes.
a sliding door to the kitchen,
Yes.
and French doors which led to the dining room area.
Correct.
These are all on the first floor in the back.
Yes.
And in those, the only one of those doors it was brought to your attention that was unlocked was the back doors, the French doors.
Correct.
And you were made aware that no one who had responded to the scene, no fire personnel, no police officers, no one had unlocked that door.
I was advised that none of the fire department personnel had touched that door.
And you also learned that the front door had been left open when the family had left the house.
I believe so.
And you mentioned that in addition to what you noticed by the garage area, you also saw you were shown were you shown where the footprint would have been that they tried to save?
Near the shed, yes.
Okay. And so there was a footprint near the shed that was originally wet and they tried to cover it?
Yes.
Okay. And then when they lifted up the bucket that they put on top of it, it was gone.
It had dried.
It had dried. But let me actually back up a little more. So you're the detective from Ocean Township, right?
Yes.
And you were the lead detective on this case.
Yes.
Now, there's actually 3 lead detectives when you combine the entire investigation. Would you agree with me that you're the lead detective from Ocean Township? Then there's a lead detective, Zerillo from Colts Neck, and then there's Detective Petrozello from the prosecutor's office. And the 3 of you were the lead detectives on this case because you each had your own institution.
They were all, Colesneck had their own lead investigators. The prosecutor's office had their own investigators as well, yes.
And the 3 of you worked together because you learned this, was connected.
I worked more closely with Detective Weisbrock because he was assigned to the Tilton Drive fire. And yes, it was eventually a joint investigation at some point.
Okay. Was that some point on the 20th when you started learning about what happened at 15 Willowbrook, the fire at around noon?
Around noon, I would say no.
Okay. Was it later that day?
I would assume it was probably much later that day.
Okay, same day though.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a fire at 27 Tilton, right?
Yes.
You become involved with that.
Yes.
You're involved. The fire's at 5 a.m., but your involvement at 6:15ish, beginning then. Then later at around noon, you learned about the fire at 15 Willowbrook.
After 12, but yes, closer to 1 probably.
Okay, 1-ish?
1-ish.
All right. And you learned that both homeowners have the last name Caneiro.
Yes.
And so, and then you realize that they are brothers. And while you were on scene at 27 Tilton, you testified that there were detectives from the prosecutor's office that responded.
To Tilton Drive?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think you mentioned it was Detective Catalona, right?
Yes.
He was the forensic detective who responded to take photographs.
Yes.
And you also testified that Detective Weisbrock responded, and he was from Major Crimes.
Correct.
And that was at around 8:13 in the morning.
Yes.
So within 2 hours of you being there, and within 3 hours of the entire incident, we have the detectives on scene from the prosecutor's office.
Yes.
So you started working with detectives from the prosecutor's office early that day.
Yes.
Okay.
For the
And
Tilton Drive fire.
right, and then later, you eventually began working with Detective Zerillo and other detectives in the prosecutor's office.
It was information sharing, yes.
This was ultimately a joint investigation.
Ultimately.
When we're saying ultimately, are we talking about the 20th to 21st, the 20th, that week?
Yes. It was an ongoing investigation for many days.
And as the lead detective in Ocean Township, what you're indicating is that you were responsible for the investigation for 27 Tilton. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you were directing other officers on what things to do to help investigate.
Yes.
And when the officers did those things, you would review them.
Correct.
And for example, if officers who responded to the scene, if they wrote reports, you would review them
Yes.
to see what they had to say about what happened.
Yes.
You also participated in witness interviews,
Yes.
Like-
Statements.
statements, like formal statements that were typed.
Yes.
And there were also interviews that you did not personally participate in, but you reviewed them.
Yes.
And when I say reviewed them, it's the typed statement, you would read it.
I read them.
And you also reviewed photographs that other investigators took.
Of the scene on Tilton Drive?
Yes.
Yes.
And specifically, I'll say like Catalona, right? He processed the scene, he took photographs, you reviewed them.
Not all of them, but I did review some, yes.
And was there a reason you only reviewed some? Like, did he just share some with you? or-
Some I was present for when he was taking pictures of, but ultimately, no, I did not review every photograph he took. Did not review them all.
Okay.
But how did you choose which photographs you reviewed and which ones you
I
didn't?
don't necessarily know if I specifically chose. I don't think they were all forwarded to me.
Okay,
I don't recall which photographs I did see and which photographs I did not.
so if I'm understanding you correctly, Detective Catalona sent you photographs and whatever he sent you, you would review. You're not sure if that included all of them?
I don't know if he specifically sent them to me directly, no. Or if I was working along with Detective Weisbrot and he had the photographs and we reviewed them. Those specifics, I cannot give you a specific answer on.
Okay. What about the body worn camera footage from your officers? You did review that footage, right?
Yes,
So the officers that were on scene, they had body worn cameras, it's a recording, it would show everything that they experienced while they were there, and you reviewed it later so that you would have knowledge as the lead detective of what happened.
yes,
And you yourself, obviously, wrote a report.
yes,
And that documented not only what you personally did in the investigation, but also what you directed others to do.
encapsulated everything that occurred from my investigation.
Now, when you were turning back to your observations around 27 Tilton, you walked around the perimeter of the home, right?
Yes,
And we talked about how you noticed the doors, right?
the rear doors?
Yes, the French doors were unlocked. And yes.
Yes.
And also you noticed a broken, multiple broken windows.
Yes,
And one of those broken windows was the basement well window,
correct.
right? Which ultimately we learned is where the fire started.
In that vicinity, yes.
And that particular window, you learned there was like glass, not just on the outside, but on the inside as well.
Correct.
And so you learned that the window had essentially been broken like from the outside inward.
I learned that glass had fallen inwards.
One of the things you also, again, I think the boot marks, right, that had dried.
Right.
But when you had the opportunity to review, I think it was Officer Wankowski's body-worn camera, you were actually able to see him when he first approached the stones, and when he saw the burn mark, correct?
I believe it was Officer Redmond that was at the shed. And I do not recall if the wet footprint is visible on the body worn camera or not.
Can we? We'll come back to it. And ultimately, though, we did not have an opportunity to like measure that footprint or anything like that.
I did not know.
And we don't have any photographs of it.
I was not able to take one.
And you mentioned that you at some point saw the girls leave, Marissa and Katie.
I didn't physically witness them drive away, but yes, they had left and came back.
You had knowledge that they left.
They
and
left.
came
They
back.
told me they wanted to get some breakfast.
And you said you didn't know with whom.
No.
And then you also mentioned how later you learned that Marissa had left again.
Yes.
And so that's why she had to meet all of you at the police station.
Correct.
And when you, to the best of your knowledge, though, Mr. Paul Caneiro and his wife Susan, they remained on scene the entire time.
Yes.
Their car was there, right?
Yes.
And they never attempted to leave.
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Caneiro and his wife at some point asked for access to the medications that were in the house.
Yes.
They never asked if it was okay to leave. They never tried to leave, nothing like that.
Not that I recall.
And every conversation you had with Mr. Caneiro, he answered your questions.
Yes.
He never refused to speak to you. And there were 2 occasions when you asked him for consent to search something.
Yes.
The first time was consent to search the vehicle,
Porsche McCann.
the Porsche Macan in the driveway,
Yes.
right? And the prosecutor read the consent form. Sure. And you read it out loud, right? And
Today or at the scene?
Today,
They read it out loud.
to the jury, you read it.
Yes, ma'am.
So we know that on the form, you specifically tell Mr. Caneiro, or Mr. Caneiro is specifically informed, that he has the right to refuse.
Yes.
And not only that, but at any point in time, if he changes his mind, he can revoke his consent and say, never mind, I changed my mind,
Yes.
right? And you go through this formality with him and he consents.
Yes.
He doesn't say to you, no, I don't feel comfortable with that, right?
No.
He doesn't say, no, I don't want you to search my car. And he doesn't say to you, let me think about it and I'll let you know.
No.
And same thing with later on with the DVR system. You asked for consent to search the DVR video.
Yes.
And that was the surveillance system that had been taken from his garage, right?
Correct.
And once again, you inform him he has the right to refuse.
Yes.
Meaning, if he did not want you to search at that time, he had the opportunity to express that to you.
Yes.
But he said, no, it's fine, I consent. Now with the vehicle, with the DVR, he waives his right to be present, meaning he's saying to you, you can go search it without me there, that's fine.
Correct.
That means. And with the vehicle, it has, I waive circled, but you testified that was a mistake on the form.
Correct.
And that he was present.
Yes.
Was he present in the driveway with you?
Yes.
Like inside the crime scene area?
We had brought him up within 10 to 15 feet of the vehicle, I estimate. We were in the driveway.
When you say 10 to 15 feet, are you talking about like in front of the vehicle and next to the vehicle?
Up the driveway to where the vehicle is. We're in proximity of the vehicle for him to be present for the search.
Okay. So I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as D1-43, -44, -46, -47, -48, and -49. These are all one dash. Showing you a photo of,
Can we just be?
do you recognize?
Ms. Maslin, can we just be heard for 1 second?
Sidebar?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna move on to another topic for now, and we'll come back to that later. Now, you testified to several conversations that you had with Mr. Caneiro on scene,
Yes.
right? And none of those conversations were recorded.
Only unless a patrol officer was in the vicinity of me would have been recorded. I was not wearing body worn camera.
Right. When you reviewed the body worn camera in this case, did you see any instances where any of the conversations were recorded?
I don't specifically recall.
Well, the ones that you testified today were not recorded because we didn't see them, right?
Yes.
And at the time, though, you were aware that there were officers with body worn cameras, right?
Yes.
You're an experienced officer and detective.
Yes.
But you didn't, for any of these conversations that you're having with Mr. Caneiro, you never said to a patrol officer, hey, can you come over, stand here so that the conversations are in fact recorded?
No, I did not.
And obviously, the thing about a recording is if we had it, we would be able to watch it and see if what you're testifying to years later matches what actually occurred.
Yes.
But without that, we lose the opportunity to do that. Right?
Yes.
One of the things that you had other officers do was canvass the scene.
Yes.
And canvass the scene means having officers go around essentially the neighborhood area or surrounding area.
Yes.
And they're looking for people to talk to who might have relevant information.
Yep.
And they're looking to see if people's homes in the area have security cameras.
Yes.
It's because if they have security cameras, you might be able to capture relevant evidence in the area.
Yes.
And in fact, that's what you had some officers do, specifically Detective Sergeant Martin, Detective Melody, and Detective Orbach. Do you recall directing them to start canvassing the scene?
Yes.
And you testified in direct ultimately that they were able to get surveillance videos from a few different houses, right?
Yes.
30 Tilton, right?
Yes.
And 308 Green Grove,
Yes.
and ultimately 19 Oxford, right?
Ultimately, yes.
I'm going to show what's already been published to the jury previously as D-1-100. If I could have front table. Okay. So this is a map of the 27 Tilton area. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see that 27 Tilton is identified, right, on the map.
Correct.
And 30 Tilton would be, can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And it's here.
Yes.
And so it's just a few houses down from 27 Tilton. Or it's like, yeah, a few houses down
To the west, yes.
to the west. And I don't know, are you able to see on this map where the video from Green Grove would have been?
Yes.
And can you maybe just circle it?
Do we have the stylus over there?
Just touch it.
Yeah, you can just circle it. Does it say 3082 right on the house?
It's a lot of focus, but I'm pretty sure that's what it says.
Yeah. Okay.
And can you just, for completion, also circle 30 Tilton? And then 19 Oxford, where would that be? Can you see that on the map?
Yes. You'll be able to just focus it a little bit. I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah, that's annoying.
Okay. So those are the three houses that you were able to obtain surveillance video from.
Correct.
And sure, yes.
We could print this as D1-100. Do we have a .1 already, Anna?
Yes.
I think we do. We'll just confirm the point, whatever it is, and we'll make sure that it gets labeled that way. We'll confirm. I think it could be 0.3, but I'm not sure.
And now next, I'm going to show you what's been marked as D-1-101. Oh, there's an undo button at the bottom. You can press it and hold it down. Now these don't have house numbers, okay? So I'm not going to like hold you to it. You don't have to circle the individual houses, but can you circle just like the general area where you got the surveillance videos? Just like one big.
One big.
Yeah, just to show the area. What are they compassed? Okay. We can print that too.
We'll print that as 101, and I know we have a 0.1 on that also. It could be 0.2 or 0.3. We'll figure it out.
So, as we can see from this map, though, there are two intersections where Tilton intersects with Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes.
And that means there's two ways in and two ways out.
Yes.
And all of these little boxes that we see, would you agree with me that those represent houses?
Yes.
Okay. And so there was no effort to get any video from any of these houses on this side.
We were not able to locate any, so it was not documented if we had any.
So there's no documentation that you tried, is there?
My report, no, I do not know about the other detectives if they specifically documented which houses they hit or not, or they approached.
Okay, well, you did review the officer's reports, right?
Yes, I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay, so you're saying you're not sure whether it was never attempted for these houses to find a surveillance video in this area versus whether you tried?
No, I know that we attempted. I only know that what we were able to obtain. It's not documented in my report that we attempted 17 other homes, for instance, on Tilton Drive, but that's generally what we do when we're canvassing for witnesses and surveillance.
Well, didn't you document like the people that were spoken to and they were asked, like the addresses, we tried this one, they had it and they didn't?
I wrote that in my report.
Right, in the reports, doesn't it indicate like when someone didn't have surveillance video?
I don't recall writing in my report that it did not obtain surveillance from an address or not.
Or in any report?
Again, I do not recall the other officers' reports, whether or not it says that specifically or not.
Okay, well, you would at least agree with me that we don't have any video from this area here, correct?
Correct.
And do you think it's possible that there were attempts made, but just none of these houses had surveillance video?
Objection.
Sustained. Word possibility. He told you what he knows. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever direct any officer during the course of your investigation? Did you ever say, hey, looks like we have really good video from this side of the street, but we don't have any from here. Can we see if we can get some? Did you ever do that?
Yes, as I stated, we generally canvass the entire area.
Right, but what I'm saying is after you reviewed the videos that you did have, right, you knew we have a video from 30 Tilton, we have a video from 38 Green Grove, and we got a video from 19 Oxford, but it's all on one side of the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and after you reviewed those, which was in a short period of time, it was within a week, right?
We were
Approximately.
canvassing for those videos the day of, on November 20th.
Okay. So after the 20th, when you learned you got those 3 videos, did you ever send any officers or detectives back to the area and say, hey, maybe some people weren't home, maybe you missed a house, can you document each house and let me know whether or not there are surveillance videos in that area so we can view that area, that side of Tilton Drive?
No, I don't recall us making a second attempt.
If you had made an attempt, wouldn't it be in your very detailed 50-page report?
We didn't make a second attempt.
Okay, so you did not make any second attempt. So if I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, on the day of, on the 20th, you're saying you sent officers out to see what they could find.
Correct.
After they found it, at no point did you then send anyone back out to say, let's see if we can get anything from the other side. You agree with me on that?
Saying that I do not recall us making second attempts to find further video surveillance from the rest of Tilton Drive.
Okay, and as a result, in this case, we do not know what, if anything, occurred on this entire area of Tilton Drive intersecting with Green Grove.
Objection.
Sustained. Based on that question. He's answered you that they looked at everywhere else. In the beginning, they couldn't find anything else. They only found it on the one side. He's saying they never went back at any other time. Am I incorrect with what I just said?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
If you have a different question, go ahead. But he doesn't know anything else. That's what he said.
Right, so I was saying, just to be clear, we don't have any video. As a result, there's no video that we have in this case file from this side.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And are you familiar with this area?
Yes.
So you can't see it fully on the map here, but there's like a shopping center. Isn't there close by with businesses?
Yes.
Did you ever send any officers to the businesses to see if maybe they had a camera angle of that intersection?
Which intersection are you referring to?
The intersection of 27 Tilton and Green Grove here.
That plaza would not capture that intersection.
How do you know that?
I'm a police officer in Ocean Township. These addresses are in Ocean Township. I know where the streets are, and the entrance is to Tinton Falls Plaza
So,
in relation to Tilton Drive.
okay, so you're saying,
It's too far. It doesn't
Sorry?
capture it's too far. It doesn't capture the intersection.
okay. Do you know that based on going there and checking to see in this case?
As I stated, I've been a police officer in Ocean Township for a very long time. I know that that intersection is not captured from that Tinton Falls Plaza.
Okay, what about this intersection here? Because we can see this is a dead end, right? This is a cul-de-sac.
Yes, ma'am, in Tinton Falls.
What about this intersection here, which would be if you made that left, if you came out of Tilton Drive at this intersection and you made a left onto Green Grove, you would hit this road right, you would hit this intersection here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what about there?
No, that's the back end of the plaza. You can see Tinton Falls Center written on the bottom of the map.
So you have personal knowledge that there's no businesses there with cameras in the back at all that might have captured that area?
I'm saying from my experience, the distance is too far. There would be no surveillance cameras to capture. There's woods and trees and.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I messed up, didn't I? It's 12:33 almost. All right, so I apologize too. We're going to take our lunch break now. I will give it to you on the back end because of how wonderful I am. We're going to start back up at 1:40 to give you time to get downstairs to have an hour and then to come back up. So we'll start back up. More, we'll have you back up in your seats at 1:40, just so that you know. Everybody have a good lunch. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Thank you. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Ready. For a minute, you are not in any way. Can we bring the jurors back out, please? I'm sorry? Ladies and gentlemen, as you probably are aware, I've had to speak to juror number 4 for a minute. You are not in any way, shape, or form to try to ask her or to be concerned about any questions that I may have had for juror number 4. I can tell you, I just wanted to talk about the rest of you, and she was the one that I liked the most. So that's why I did it. No, I'm kidding. So everything that happened, don't worry about that. Sometimes the court needs to do that for a particular reason. We're going to continue moving forward. There's no issue. We're going to continue with the cross-examination. But for the afternoon, I'll call it, it's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, indictment 1902-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Tucker, Assistant Prosecutor of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastelone, attorney for Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray. Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, Ms. Mastelone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. I want to return to just a discussion we were having earlier this morning about the search of Mr. Caneiro's vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And during that conversation that you and I had, you acknowledged that, or you discussed the consent form, correct?
Correct.
And again, on the consent form, it says there's a provision on it where you can say Mr. Caneiro can indicate whether he waives or does not waive his right to be present for the search, correct?
Correct.
The form says he waived it, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You believe so? Do you want to see this? I'm approaching with the witness with what is S93. So you saw this earlier this morning, correct?
Yes.
And you remember that when you read it out loud to the jury, you explained that it says I have the right to be present while the search is conducted. I waive or do not waive this right, and waive is circled.
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated to the jurors that that was a mistake of some sort.
Yes.
And then when I asked you, okay, so like where did the search take place? You said it was in the driveway, right?
Yes.
Right where the car was parked.
Yes.
And that's within the crime scene tape area.
Yes.
And within the crime scene tape area, you had brought in Mr. Caneiro within the area in the driveway to view the search.
Yes.
You said he was like 10 feet away from the vehicle, maybe 10, 15?
Approximately.
I'm approaching the witness with the same exhibits that I cited earlier. It's D1-43 through D1-49. So, you want me to show? So, Officer, Detective, Lieutenant, do you recognize this? What's happening in this photo?
Yes.
Okay, what's happening in that photo?
It's photographs of 2 vehicles in the driveway.
And it appears the hood is up
The hood is up.
of the one vehicle,
Of the McCann, yes.
of the McCann, and that's the vehicle that Mr. Caneiro consented be searched, correct?
Correct.
And specifically at the time that you asked for consent to search, you wanted to look under the hood of the vehicle, correct?
The fire marshal was one conducting the main search. He was looking for extension of the fire.
Okay, and do you see the fire marshal in that photo? Maybe it's hard to tell, but there's some uniformed
There's
firemen.
multiple firemen with fire gear on.
Okay.
I'm not sure if his back is turned. I'm not positive.
Okay, well, the hood is up, and it appears that this is the search of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you another one. It's almost exactly the same,
Yes.
just a little bit of a different angle, correct? You can
Yes.
see a little more of the driveway. Now I'm going to show you one that's a little bit more zoomed in. And this is,
Ms. Mastelone, do you just mind just when you're doing each one, just to say the number on the back?
sure, the first photo that we looked at was 1-43, then 1-44, and now we're on 1-45.
Thank you.
Okay, does that also depict the search?
We're standing in the driveway. The hood is now closed in this picture.
The hood is now closed. And here is, do you recognize this gentleman?
Detective Catalona.
This is Detective Catalona, and he has a camera in his hand, correct?
Correct.
So he's photographing the search.
Yes.
And we do have photos. Have you seen the photos of the search?
Perhaps. It's been many years.
Here's another photograph where it appears he's photographing like the inside of the vehicle.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mastelone, could you say that?
Sorry, the one I just showed was 1-47 and the one before that was 1-46. They're in consecutive order.
Thank you.
And so finally, I'm going to show you 1-49, which is another angle of the search. In this photograph, we see the full driveway, correct?
Correct.
And you can see the taped off area.
Yes.
Okay, but what we don't see is Mr. Caneiro anywhere near the vehicle that's being searched.
Okay.
All right. Can you publish that? So just so the jury has the benefit of knowing what I was referencing, if I can have that on now. So, officer, this is D1-43. I showed you this photograph and you acknowledged that this is a photograph of the search. We can see that the hood to the vehicle of the McCann is up, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the reason why the hood is up is because the officers or the fire marshal specifically wanted to look under the hood of the car, right?
Yes.
And that's because this is where the burn marks on the hood were, and there were concerns about that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have another photograph. This is D1-44, and this is, again, just another photo of the search. It's a very similar photo, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show 1-45. This is a little bit more zoomed in. You can kind of just see some of the people that were involved. And this is Detective Catalona, correct? And just for the record, he's the individual with the beard who's closest to the vehicle with like a black attire and a reflective stripe. This is D1-46, and we can see the Detective Catalona now has a camera in his hand where it appears he's taking photographs of the search, correct?
Correct.
And then D1-47, we can see that Detective Catalona appears to be taking photos of inside of the vehicle because, again, this is the search that is taking place, correct?
Correct.
And then we have D1-49, and this is the entire driveway area where we can see the taped off crime scene area, correct?
Yes.
And we can see the same, they're far away, but we can see the same individuals in the photo, correct?
It appears so.
And we see the Jeep in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And what we don't see is anywhere 10 to 15 feet away, Mr. Caneiro in the driveway observing the search, correct?
Not in this image.
Now, another thing I wanted to just talk about was we talked earlier about how you had the opportunity, and you discussed it in your report, that you reviewed the body-worn camera footage in this case, right?
Yes.
And part of that included video of when Officer Redman, originally approached the shed and was observing the stones, right? And the potential footprints that were seen?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, there being no objection from the state, I'm just gonna show a 1-minute clip of some body-worn camera footage that this witness has indicated he's reviewed.
Okay, just tell us what the exhibit number is, if you don't mind.
Sorry, Judge. I believe it's 106.
S or D?
D106.
D106,
Yeah,
okay.
Body-worn camera of Officer Redmond, ending 3926.
Okay. We're in the audio's on. Okay, I'm just gonna show the video for you to view, okay? Do you recognize that as the shed?
Yes.
Or maybe, you have to meet it, it's not. Just a few seconds. We just saw a lot of flashing lights, correct?
In the background?
Yes.
Yes.
And those are all of the responders who are here on scene at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just to orient ourselves.
So this was the video of Officer Redmond near the shed, correct?
Yes,
And what we can't see from the video, we see him shining his flashlight at the stones, correct?
yes,
Where we later learned there was a footprint, right? But we can't see the actual footprint, right?
correct,
So nothing related to this footprint was preserved, correct?
correct.
Now, we can put both bits on. With respect to the garage area, where the DVR had been retrieved, did you observe that area? Did you go into the garage yourself?
Sure, at some point I was in the garage, yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, you also had a conversation with Mr. Caneiro, correct?
Reference to,
Well, you had multiple conversations with him, right? One of those conversations centered around his, I guess, his DVR system, and he mentioned something, or his cameras, and he mentioned something, I think you testified, you mentioned something about a firewall and connectivity issues or something.
that's correct.
Is that, did I say
Yes.
that correctly? Okay. So did you at any point go into the garage and look at the area of where the DVR was retrieved from to see like what was going on in that location?
I believe at some point it was shown to me where the DVR was located.
Did you look at the wires and the plugs and whatever items were in there to see what potentially was connected to what? Did you take note of where the outlets were? Were they behind the refrigerator? Were they more accessible? Was there a power strip? Anything along those lines to try to understand better what Mr. Caneiro was indicating about a connectivity issue?
I did not.
And you didn't ask him in that moment either, correct?
No.
Okay. And is it fair to say that what you're writing down is probably not verbatim what he's saying to you? You're summarizing?
Correct. My notes?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
In your report.
A report verbatim, not always, no.
Okay. And so we're talking about it. Would you agree if we're talking about a technological issue? It's a little bit technical.
It sounded it.
Okay, it sounded it. And so the word you meant that you recall him saying is a firewall.
Correct.
And is that something that deals, are you familiar with what a firewall is?
I couldn't define it for you, but I know it has to do with computers and things like that.
Computers and things like that. Okay. And when you went into the garage, did you take note of certain access points that were located in different areas in the garage and also the house?
Access points to what? I don't recall.
Another question I have is, when you wanted to know whether or not the cameras were actually recording and whether there was any information on that system, why didn't you just ask Mr. Caneiro, hey, can you just pull it up on your phone? Do you have access? Can we see it? Can we check it? Let's see if it's working.
I think at that point in time, since the DVR had been secured as evidence, we just view it off of that.
Okay, but that took time, right?
We viewed it later, yes.
And didn't you want to know as soon as possible that, like, who could have set this fire since it was already a crime scene, and you wanted to know, like, maybe who did it?
Decided to view it off the DVR.
Okay. Now, you were there when Detective Catalona from the prosecutor's office, forensics, was processing the scene.
Yes.
Do you recall whether that French door that was unlocked, whether that door was processed?
I do not recall that. No.
Okay, you don't know if that was like.
I didn't necessarily follow him around, so I don't know.
Being the lead detective on the case, do you now have any knowledge of that or no?
Not that I can recall.
Would that have? So we talked about, other things you did on scene. Are you walking around, like, kind of like monitoring what your patrol officers are doing? I mean, like, what are you doing mostly on scene?
Depends on what was occurring at the time, but yes, take an overview of the situation, keeping an eye on people involved, watching what the fire marshal is doing, so I can learn and see what they're figuring out. Yes, there's a lot to watch and listen.
And at one point, did you talk to any of the neighbors?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously without saying anything they said, do you recall which neighbors you talked to?
That day?
Yes.
Spoke to Jonathan Harrington.
Okay, you spoke to Jonathan Harrington, and you then later got a formal statement from him, correct?
Yes.
You also, and you were there, you were present for that statement.
I believe so, yes.
Would seeing a copy of the statement refresh your recollection as to whether you were there?
Lieutenant, will you take your word for it if it's on the form?
I believe I was present for his statement.
Okay, he was there. Go ahead, you can ask your next question.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you were present for Jonathan Harrington's statement, correct?
And you also acknowledge that there was another neighbor, Heather Kapp. You were also present for her statement as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so again, not asking you to repeat anything that was said by either of them, but you know what they said.
Yes.
And despite knowing what they said, those interviews took place on, so you spoke to Jonathan Harrington that day, right?
Correct.
And then you took the formal interviews, the one of Jonathan Harrington was on November 27th, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
That's 7 days later?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to, if that's what it says, you want to look at it?
Sure.
I'm going to approach with what is marked as S82 for identification, and you recognize this, correct?
Yes.
This is Jonathan Harrington's statement.
Yes.
It was taken at the Ocean Township Police Department.
Correct.
And it was taken on November 27th.
Correct.
Right? And the one of Heather Kapp was taken December 17th.
Correct.
Okay. Now, knowing what they said, right? Was there any, would you disagree with me that it would have been maybe even more important to try to retrieve surveillance video from the other side of Tilton to find out what happened at 4:30 in the morning?
I stated before that we did attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the street that day.
Okay, that day, right? But coincidentally, the only videos we have are from one side, correct?
Yes.
And there's no documentation in your report that says we went to this house and yes or no they had it. We went to this house and yes or no they had it. We went to this house and yes or no they had it. We went to this house, they weren't home, we came back. There's nothing like that in your report, correct?
It's been gone over several times. Is there anything that you didn't say before about the cameras that you want to say now?
No, sir.
All right, we know the answers.
And just to be clear though, you did have other other officers assist you, correct?
Yes.
And one of those officers was Officer Melody,
Correct.
or is it Detective
He was
Melody?
a detective, yes.
And Detective Melody, he wrote a report, correct?
I believe he did, yes.
And in his report, the only house he references getting surveillance from is 19 Oxford.
It is hearsay, sustained.
Based on your review, you know that the only house that he went to is 19 Oxford, based on his report.
Based off of his report, yes. I would assume so.
And the other two officers who assisted you, in addition to Detective Melody, you testified before, those were Martin and Orbach, correct?
Correct.
And neither of those officers, are they officers, detectives?
Martin was my supervisor. He was Sergeant Martin at the time,
Okay,
and it was Detective Warbuck.
okay, and neither of them even have a report? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 27th, you referenced several times that you referenced the, no, tell me if I'm wrong, you referenced several times the canvas for the surveillance video on the 20th, correct?
Yes.
You keep saying like that day, right?
Yes.
But in fact, you personally, with Detective Weisbrot, went back to the area 7 days later on November 27th, correct?
Perhaps I'd have to double check my report. We did go back. I'm not specifically positive on the day that we went back.
Would seeing a copy of your report help refresh your
Yes.
recollection? Sir, you've seen your report before, correct?
Yes.
Now, just to give a little bit of context, in this case, your report, along with every other Ocean Township officer, with the exception of Bernhard, created a report that was encompassed in one large report, correct?
Yes, that's yes.
Okay, so this is like the whole thing. It's S72 is 72 pages actually, right?
Correct.
You've seen this?
Yes.
But I'm going to direct you to your report, which starts on page 38. Okay, and then I'm going to direct you recognize this as your report?
Yes.
You agree it's a report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to page 57 of 72. And I'm going to ask that you read to yourself this last paragraph here. Just that last paragraph there.
So on November 27th, you and Detective Weisbrot go to the area of 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you go to 29 Tilton, right?
Correct.
Which we know is like the next house over.
Yes.
And the reason for it is because it's part of your continuing canvas, right?
Yes.
And you memorialize that no one was home, so you left your business card, correct?
Yes.
And you went there after you spoke to Jonathan Harrington, correct? That same day.
Yes.
All right. So again, despite that, you never make your way over to the other side of the street on the 27th and try to see if anyone has any videos on that entire side of the street.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you ask Mr. Caneiro, his wife Susan Caneiro, and one daughter who was there to come back to the police station, correct?
Yes.
And the reason for that is because you wanted to take statements from them and
Yes.
see, what if any information they had. Now, they, as you testified to in direct, they asked for time to, I think you said, to like get changed and get cleaned up. I think that's what you said on direct.
More or less, yes.
Okay. But also it was they wanted to eat and shower and get clothes because a couple of them had run out of the house without shoes that day. Do you recall that?
I do not recall who was wearing shoes and who was not wearing shoes.
Do you recall when you were reviewing the body-worn camera footage that you took note in your report that you observed Mr. Caneiro not wearing shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so you at some point learned that at least Mr. Caneiro had no shoes.
Correct.
Now, at some point, are you aware that like neighbors offered them clothing or something like that?
I believe that's occurred, yes.
Okay, so I'm not trying to, there were initially, Mr. Caneiro, to your knowledge, had no shoes, but ultimately neighbors were trying to give clothes, right? And shoes to assist. Okay, but what they wanted to do was change into their clothes, right? Is what they were expressing to you. Unless I'm wrong.
How do we know what they want? How does this witness know what they want to do? Sustained. No, that's not what they said. That's not specifically what they said. What did they tell you that they wanted to do?
Wanted a little bit of time to get cleaned up.
That's what they told you.
I believe this.
Okay. Just asking you not to put words into the detective's mouth.
Did you approach?
No, not right now. Keep going. You can approach afterwards unless you feel you can't continue.
I just need a moment.
Take as much time as you need.
So I'm going to approach you with your report again, okay?
Yes.
And I'm going to take you to page 43 of 72. I'm going to direct your attention to this paragraph here, where you indicate the family requested some time to find new clothes and get cleaned up prior to responding to headquarters. Were those your words?
Yes.
Okay, so when I say new clothes, am I putting words in your mouth or is that what you wrote?
That's what I wrote.
Okay, so to be clear, I'm not trying
Can
to.
I have counsel up here, please?
Whoa. Oh, she tried it again. Oh, she tried to check the judge on the side. Did she really just try that? Oh man, let me see how I get that clip. Oh, this judge is not having it with her. He is so over her. He is so done with her. I don't know what she did to him, but he ain't feeling her at all. Oh my. She real petty too. I didn't know she real petty. Cause when the officer was like, when the officer had said to her, he was like, I did take several photos. And he was like, I took 2. Oh, she went through every photo. Like, this was a gas can, that's 1 photo. This was a gas can, that's 2. This was a gas can, that's 3. Oh, she real petty. You say you like that, stand up for herself. She was like, I ain't putting words in his mouth. I'm about to pull it right out of this transcript. Judge.
Wanted time before they went to the police station, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to them?
I advised them that I would like them to come to the police station as quick as possible.
And did you also say that the reason why you wanted them to go as quick as possible is because as time goes on, their memory of events will not be as accurate?
Correct.
So you were concerned that if they took a little bit of time to get new clothes or cleaned up, that would affect their ability to somehow relate to you what had happened 7 hours earlier.
Good, yes.
Okay, so then based on that, they agree, right?
Yes.
And they follow you, or you follow them, you tell me, to the police station, correct?
I believe I followed them.
Okay, so you follow them to the police station. This is the Ocean Township Police Department.
Yes.
And you testified that when you got there, you had them wait in the lobby.
Yes.
And did you tell them like this will be quick at first? Because you didn't know about the 15 Willowbrook situation yet?
I don't recall if I gave them a time frame.
So you had them sit in the lobby for some time. And then you testified that you brought them down to the basement.
More or less of the building, yes. It's just where the detective is located.
Okay, and that's specifically into the conference room, correct?
Yes.
And you put all 4 of the Caneiros in there?
Yes.
And is there cell phone service in that conference room?
Yes.
There is, okay. And at some point, though, you separated the family members into interview rooms.
At some point, they were separated for their statements, yes.
Okay, but not one by one. You separated like 2 from one from another.
Yeah, I don't recall which room everyone was in the detective. We used separate offices to take the statements.
And did you lock those rooms? Did you lock them in the rooms?
I don't believe so.
Now, at one point, the family members, you testified they were very upset. They were learning what was happening, right?
Yes.
And they learned it, I think you said initially through a family friend.
The original fire.
The original fire.
Correct. They received it. Someone in the family received a text message.
And then later they're learning through media updates about someone being deceased at 15 Willowbrook.
Yes.
And you said they're demanding answers.
Yes.
And approximately what time is this?
1:30 to 2:30. Ball. I don't remember. 2 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And when they're demanding answers, like what do they want? They want to know what? Like what's happening?
Sustained speculation.
Why didn't you give them answers to their questions?
Didn't necessarily have much information other than what I'm reading in a CAD entry narrative.
Well, do you have like phone contact with Colt's Neck's detectives and officers?
I did not at that
the
time,
prosecutor's office?
I did not speak to Colts Neck detectives at that time. No.
But did you have access to a phone to call them?
Suppose I did, yes.
Okay, and you didn't though, right?
No.
So they're learning like there's a big issue at their family's home, a fire, someone's dead, and they're demanding answers. And you do what?
They requested us to check on their other family, which we did for them.
Okay, yes. Mr. Caneiro asked that you testified about that on direct, right?
Yes.
You testified that Mr. Caneiro asked you to call his parents, right, to make sure they were okay.
We ended up sending police officers there. I didn't call them.
Sorry?
We sent the NYPD to their house. I did not call his parents.
Okay, he wanted a wellness check.
Yes.
And this was before they learned anyone was deceased, because you mentioned on direct, they said don't mention the fire.
Fire and people deceased are 2 different things. I don't recall the time frame of when they found out there was fatalities in Colts Neck versus when we did these wellness checks. They knew of the fire.
They knew of the fire.
And that's what he asked me not to tell them about.
And you didn't.
I did not. I instructed the NYPD officer not to do so, and to my knowledge, she did not.
Right, that you indicate they law enforcement honored that request, right?
Best that I could make sure, yes.
So is it fair to say then that of course, like we're talking about a fire because if their son was dead, they would tell them. You as law enforcement wouldn't withhold that information just because Paul Caneiro was asking you to, right?
Objection.
What's your objection?
I don't understand the question. I don't understand what's being asked as a compound question.
It is a compound question. That also sustain it to the form.
Mr. Caneiro does not have any authority over you, does he? Okay, so when he asks you for a favor, such as checking in on his family, you don't have to do that, right? That's your choice.
As the police, we're there to help people. If he wants us to do a welfare check on someone, we have a duty to do so.
Well, no one can just say, hey, I want a welfare check. You have to have like a basis, right? Okay, and here there was a basis,
Yes.
right? But then he also, according to you in your direct testimony, Mr. Caneiro also asks, please don't tell them about the fire, right?
Yes,
And you honor that request.
as I stated.
Okay, because at that point, there was no information that anyone was deceased yet.
The original call came out with one fatality in Cole's Neck.
What original call?
To Cole's Neck. The call when the prosecutor's office was alerted to a second fire in Cole's Neck,
Mhm.
and we looked into it in our computer system that shares information with Cole's Neck, the CAD. We learned in the intervention that there was a body in the ground in front of the house.
So then my next question is, why did they have to learn through the media that someone was dead at their family's house?
Objection, relevance.
I don't understand the relevance. Ms. Maslon, do you want to tell me what the relevance is?
It goes to the circumstances of their investigation, how they're treating Mr. Caneiro and his family, the credibility of not just this detective, but the officer, the way that they tried to make it seem like he was trying to hide information from his family by saying, don't tell them about the fire. I mean, there's a host of reasons why this is relevant.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
If you as law enforcement felt that Mr. Caneiro was trying to manipulate something or withhold critical information, you would not have honored that request, correct?
Can you state that again?
If Mr. Caneiro didn't want you to tell his parents something for a bad reason, you wouldn't have honored the request. You would have said, no, we're going to tell them what we want to tell them.
No. My interpretation of him not asking us to inform his parents of the fire was to not concern his parents that something was happening.
Okay. He explained that to you.
I don't know if that was our exact conversation, but that was my understanding. That was my reason to honor his request, because he didn't want to overly concern his parents at that point in time.
Okay, because they're old. Did he explain that?
However old they are, I don't know how old they
Had a heart condition. Do you recall that?
are. No, I don't.
Eventually, was there, before you brought, at some point when the family's either in the lobby or when you first brought them down to the basement, do you recall a point in time where Katie Caneiro wanted to leave and she was told she couldn't leave?
Yes, perhaps.
Okay. And eventually at 11 p.m., I think you said on direct, that's when they left, right?
Approximately.
I think, and that's, in your report, you say that's when they could leave, right?
Okay.
Yes?
That's what my report says.
So that would mean that prior to that, they could not leave, right?
The reason why I did not want her to leave originally is because we did not know what was happening to the family at that point in time. They were escorts to the detective bureau for their safety.
So you wanted to bring them down into the basement for their safety, correct?
Yes.
And that was at, you said 2 p.m.,
No, that was earlier than that.
1
It was
p.m.
Around 1,
approximately?
approximately.
Okay, approximately 1. So now we're gonna go from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., right? And it's 10 hours later?
Yes.
And now they can leave, now it's safe.
They were allowed to leave.
Okay, you're no longer concerned about their safety, correct?
When they decided to leave, when they were leaving, I knew exactly where they were going, who they were staying with, and I had the police department do a check on those residences. So I continued to care.
Where did they go?
They each went to a different house.
Do you know where?
It's in my report.
They gave you the addresses and you're indicating that you sent
at least sent the West Long Branch Police Department to that to do routine checks on that house. Mrs. Caneiro stayed in Ocean Township, so our officers were well aware of what was happening, and I do not remember where the other daughter stayed.
Okay, so at 11 p.m. they can leave as long as they give you their address and you have an officer check on where they are once in a while, right?
Yes.
And you're testifying that that did in fact happen.
What happened?
That officers went there and they circled the house periodically.
That was
to
my
make sure
request to
everything
West
was
Long
okay.
Branch Police. Whether that they honored that, I cannot tell you.
Did they? Do you? When the family was demanding answers, you still wanted to interview them, correct? Even though they found out what's happening with their family and something went wrong, you wanted them to stay and be interviewed, correct?
Yes.
And like you said, their interviews didn't take place till 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yes,
Okay, so
approximately.
hours after they got there and after they find out what's happening with their family.
Yes.
So they're being interviewed after knowing that there's a fire and at least one or more family members are deceased.
Objection. Again, the residents.
She wants to ask the question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lieutenant, answer the question.
Yes, we did still want to take statements from them.
Did you ever leverage information as a basis for saying, like, if you just give us an interview, then we'll let you know what's going on with the family?
Objection.
Please come up here, please.
I mean, and also when we thinking about the judge, like, I don't know, y'all tell me what trials that we have seen in the past. I mean, this judge literally the other day, I want to say it was yesterday, he objected to a statement and literally had to come back and say he overruled his own objection. Like, I cannot with him. Like, he objecting, having them come up to the sidebar, and then he like, okay, I overruled my objection. What? I sustained my own objection. Like, what are we doing here? Like, he is being the lawyers, and I'm like, okay. It reminds me kind of like the Alicia trial where she like, look, I'm not about to be seeing the objections for them. You're going to be a lawyer and you're going to know when to object and what you're objecting for. What are your grounds? This judge, he doing it all. So I can't really tell. It seemed like I don't know. It seemed like he pro prosecution team, or maybe she just that messy. I don't know. I'm just, he objecting. He doing too much for me. And I just can't watch. He doing all the objecting. They not doing the objecting. And maybe it's just like that in New Jersey because they're not doing it. He's doing it. If I ever want to practice law, I am going to New Jersey. And what is this judge name? Because I know that I do not have to read the law book because I can just go in there and do exactly what she's doing, read off the transcripts, and the judge got my back. That's all I'm saying. You keep talking about this bed, Jason. Jason, leave that bed alone.
So the question that was asked of this witness was something to the effect of, again, I'm summarizing, whether this detective, now lieutenant, leveraged the fact of getting a statement against or from the Caneiro family members, the daughters, and maybe the mother, I don't know, to get statements from them so that, and then they would be able to leave at some point, something to that effect. But leveraging information, so basically making an allegation against this detective that he did something improper. I then brought counsel to the sidebar, and I asked about this and whether that there was anything that was provided, or whether there was a good faith basis to ask this question. And I was told by Ms. Mastalone that there may be information, and yes, she does have a good faith basis from family members. Prosecutors indicated at that point in time that they were not in possession of any information as it relates to this at all. They've attempted to speak to the Caneiros in the past. I'm talking about Susan and the kids, and they had been unable to do so for a period of time. I summarize this only because now I'm going to have an oral argument on the issue of the fact that no discovery was turned over about an allegation against this officer so that the state would have the opportunity to respond to it. I will start with the defense and ask your position, because you cited a case, and I want to give you the opportunity to lay that out on the record. I just want to do it outside the presence of the jury so we don't have anybody hearing anything, as to exactly your position as to why you do not feel that you had to turn this over at this point. I'm not saying never, but at this point. So go ahead.
Sure, Judge. The case that I'm relying on is State versus Tier, which is, I don't have it in front of me. If the court wants to give me about 2 minutes, I can pull it up. But TIER, and I believe it's like a 2016-ish case. And in that case, it was very similar. In that case, the defense had indicated that it had certain witnesses that it intended to call. The state wanted a proffer or a report. The defense indicated there is no proffer. There is no report. Nothing was memorialized. And I don't have to give you a proffer because I am entitled, meaning the defense, to a confidential Sixth Amendment investigation, and I'm entitled to have a defense that I don't have to hand over to the state. And in that case, I believe the trial court initially said, well, you have to turn over a proffer at least, and it went up on appeal. And I don't recall off the top of my head if it's an appellate division or Supreme Court, it might be Supreme Court, that said the trial court erred and the defense attorney did not have to provide a report, nor did the defense attorney have to provide a proffer. But upon request from the court, the defense attorney could have to tell the state whether or not their witnesses were fact witnesses or character witnesses. And that's the extent of which the court can control what information the defense turns over to the state. Now, I will also add that at this point in time, obviously no witnesses have been called yet. The state indicated that these witnesses were on their witness list. It was anticipated that they were going to call them. And I understand that in recent time, they haven't had contact with them, but there are multiple reports where they have had contact with them. These aren't witnesses they've never spoken to before. They spoke to them on the 20th. In fact, this
November 20th, 2018.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not recent. It's when the date of the incident occurred, which is the date you're alleging that maybe something was leveraged to get them to give that particular statement, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They spoke to them the day of. So they were there. Like, this detective was there. I'm not asking an officer who wasn't there whether this happened.
You're about to accuse a lieutenant of whether he leveraged information. Well, you did basically by asking that question. You're saying that you have good faith basis to ask the question, which I respect. You say you do. Again, I respect that also. But I need to read the case that says that you have the ability to do that and that the state can be completely blinded by the fact that you even have any of this information. The state had no chance to respond to this information, to even know what was going on. It doesn't matter to me right now of whether it's Susan's going to be called or the kids are going to be called. The allegation right now deals with this witness and you having information that's in your possession. How long have you had it in your possession, just so that the record is clear?
Judge, I don't.
How long? I'm asking you. The court's asking you a question. How long have you had this in your possession, just so that I know?
From approximately maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. Let me hear from the state.
I mean, to be honest with you, Ms. Mastalone knows, and she's actually made attempts to serve as like an intermediary between the state and Ms. Caneiro. We actually had an appointment to meet with Ms. Caneiro on September 5th, 2018. That was the day. It was the day that they argued that Mr. Caneiro should be released as a result of the appeal to the Supreme Court.
You're talking about 2025, not 2018.
Sorry.
So that date is September 12th, 2025.
Ms. Wallace had actually spoken to Ms. Caneiro. She was very nice, my understanding of the conversation. She agreed to meet with us. Then we had to be here in court. She came for the first time in 8 years to court and watched the arguments to have her husband released. And we had to cancel that appointment. Other attempts recently to try to meet with her and her daughters. We've had to go serve. The detectives had to go to her home to serve her because it's the only way we could make sure that they potentially, be aware of when, that they were under subpoena. They told us through Ms. Mastalone, actually, Ms. Caneiro told Ms. Wallace that, she didn't want to meet, but she would get up on the stand and tell the truth. I mean, I got to be honest. I'd love the defense to call Ms. Caneiro and the two daughters in their case, but obviously I don't control that fact. I'd love to cross-examine them about being leveraged. There were attorneys there that day on Mr. Caneiro's behalf at the Ocean Township Police Department too, in fact, one of which gave a statement in this case, which was sort of intimated when Lieutenant Brady was asked questions about Cap and Harrington. There's also another statement. We haven't chose to use that witness because I would imagine they're going to argue it's attorney-client privilege, but that's neither here nor there. I haven't really reviewed this case. I see it was a matter, I believe Ms. Mastalone worked for the law firm that handled it at the time. I believe, I could be wrong. So obviously we're not necessarily aware off the top of our heads about this case law. My understanding is that if they were to document something based upon a conversation with Mrs. Caneiro and or the daughters, that, you know, the law, the discovery rules, I would think, you know, courtesy would dictate that that would be provided to the state. I mean, that's just my baseline 22 years of practicing law understanding. But again, I'd have to look further. I mean, I would welcome the opportunity to cross-examine all three of them about this information, but
I'm going to take a break. I hear you. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to read this case. I'll take a look at it. I am not familiar with it, so I'm going to go read it, and then I'm going to come back and render a decision about my findings as to this discovery issue. Can you just tell the jurors more that it's going to be a little bit more?
See, I'm not mad at that. Okay, let him go look at whatever he need to go look at. But I guess I'm kind of in the same notion as the defense. Like, we don't have to tell you what we doing over here. Like, we don't have to give you our defense strategy. That was the same thing that happened kind of sort of when we were watching the Uvalde case with the Brady violation. Like, the defense, they did not want to give up their strategy. You know, so they didn't want to put on the record. They didn't want to say out loud, but they was like, look, we know that this timeline stuff that came in has a big, you know, hiccup in our, you know, we just don't want to give up our strategy. And I can see their thing that they don't want to give up their strategy or how they about to try to win this, but or try to win this. But it's funny to hear that he had asked for appeal because some information had came in where he wanted to get out. Interesting. More to it than what I knew, as always, because y'all know I can't do deep dives like some channels. Too busy in all of them. Let's see. Okay, we want to hear the judge decision, so let's see what he say.
Wanted to make sure it was very clear.
Gosh, he want to stay on her neck, boy. He on your neck. What's her name?
It's
before I call her Miss J.
28 NJ 555. It is a 2017 case. I agree with Ms. Mastalone that what she says is what it says in this case. I was not familiar with this case.
She knows her stuff.
In all my years of doing this, this is not my understanding, but I follow the law as the Supreme Court says it. So with that being said, I'm going to allow the defense to ask the question if they didn't memorialize the information. Seems like they don't need to.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
I guess the question becomes, I wanted to make sure it was very clear that this was not memorialized in the court or in some sort of summary regarding this interaction with any of these witnesses.
No, so she knows what she's talking about. Checkmate. Did y'all hear that? She knew what she was talking about. He said he wasn't familiar with the case. He read it. That's the law. All right, everybody have several seats.
Judge, I can represent that this is part of the reason that was expressed to me why the family wishes not to speak to the state, because they felt mistreated in a variety of different ways, not by these particular prosecutors, but just overall. And the state is obviously prosecuting Mr. Caneiro. So that's how that's how I learned this information. And I don't know what else to say.
All right. So there's nothing written or there's no statement and there's no oral statement memorialized. That's what Ms. Mastalone is saying. She's saying
this was a phone conversation.
I mean, my only question too.
No, just to be clear, I did not memorialize that conversation.
That's what I assumed you meant, but go ahead.
The only thing I obviously had a chance to read the case pretty briefly, but I do note that one of the prior cases addressed in tier would be discussed as the idea of, you know, the theory behind this being is that they don't have to reveal information early in time that may be, extremely helpful to a criminal.
I get it. This is not dealing with and this is not, and these instances were pre-trial. It's not in the middle of trial, even though it's kind of mentioned about trial in here. But based upon the way I read the opinion, that the Supreme Court has made it clear that if it's not memorialized, they basically don't have to prove anything and they don't have to do a single thing. It's on the state to do everything, and it's not the defense's job to give up their defense and or how they want to handle moving forward.
It's just the system we work in, Your Honor.
It's just so the record is clear, the state knows this too, that the 20th wasn't the only day that they spoke to Susan Caneiro, for example. There were other days also. Just
with his attorney at the time, Paul Caneiro's attorney, representing the entire family. And there were times where our detectives met them at the house in order to get a key so they didn't have to destroy a safe or things like that. So yes, at that time, that is somewhat true.
So it wasn't for more reasons statement-wise, it was for other reasons?
That is my recollection based upon everything off the top of my head without looking at everything. Yes, there's no second statement from any of those individuals.
There is in December. It was the next month. It's memorialized, and I can't recall off the top. It might even be Detective Brady's report or Petrozello's, but it was to ask follow-up questions or something like that.
Okay. If it's documented, it's so documented. Can we get our lieutenant back in?
The only question I was just trying to remember off the top of my head without having it in front of me was like, are they on the defense witness list?
I don't know.
Our original trial memo said that we reserve the right to call any named person in the state's discovery.
Okay.
And I just imagine any of the other defense witnesses that are on the list, there's no other reports for any of those people.
Correct. I have nothing.
This is just strategy. Get it.
Okay. It's the world. We can have our lieutenant back in, please. Once the lieutenant is comfortable and seated, we can bring the jurors back in. I indicated to you I would try to do that at the beginning of the day or the end of the day, but sometimes that just can't happen. Unfortunately, this was one of those times I had to address it right now. So I apologize for the delay in leaving you in there. I wish there was windows in there, but there's not. We got some nice pictures up there. A little bit about the county if you want to take a look. But otherwise, I apologize to you for the delay in keeping you in there. But we are now ready to go. The issue has been dealt with, and now we'll proceed. So Ms. Mastalone is going to re-ask the question that she was asking before. Go ahead.
Sir, the question was simply this. At the time so you're at the police station, Ocean Township Police Department with the Caneiro family, correct?
On November
afternoon? On November
Yes.
20th of 2019, right?
Yes.
From approximately 1 o'clock up to 11 o'clock PM, correct?
Yes.
Or maybe it was noon, it was actually noon, so we're talking like 12 hours or so. And during that time, we know that the family eventually learned through the media that their family members from 15 Willowbrook, at least some of them were deceased, correct?
I believe that we knew that there was fatalities and it was at the house. I don't recall what time we received positive identifications of anyone.
And at some point, despite them having learned something was happening with their family, you still wanted to take statements from them at the police department, correct?
Yes.
And at any point, are you aware, not saying you personally, are you aware of any officers at that time who were leveraging information about what was going on with the family as a mechanism to get statements from them?
I am not.
You're not aware.
I'm not aware.
And Judge, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you. State, call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Sergeant Daniel Mazzicola.
You sound like me, Barb. I don't like none of them. The one prosecutor lady, she really nice. I don't think they have no problem. I'm just not really feeling like it. Sometimes it just seems like they be real
Watch your
low.
step, if you don't mind. You put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sergeant Daniel Mazzicola, Mazzuccola.
All right, thank you, sir. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us where you were?
Update, I was sitting as a patrol officer at the firehouse number 2 in Cold Lake, New Jersey.
Sorry, you may not have. Just wanted to ask you where it is that you currently work.
Oh, sure. Cold Lake Township PD.
Okay, approximately how long have you been a police officer with the Colts Neck Police Department?
15 years now.
Okay. Now, did you have any police experience prior to Colts Neck, or did you start there?
I started in Cold Lake.
Okay. Now, in order to become a police officer with the Colts Neck Police Department, did you have to complete any mandatory training?
Yes, I do the police academy.
Okay. Which police academy did you go to?
Monmouth County.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you working a particular shift? How did that work that day?
I was working a day shift.
Okay. What's the day shift at the Colts Neck Police Department back in November of 2018?
It runs from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to approximately 12:34 p.m. Do you remember that time?
Yes.
And can you tell us what, if anything, happened, or what, if anything, you learned at around that time?
I believe I was called for a structure fire call.
Okay. Did you get an address or a location or an area or anything like that?
It occurred on Minebrook Road. Excuse me. Off the top of my head, I don't recall that.
You talking about the location of the incident?
Yes.
Okay, Willowbrook?
Willowbrook, that's great.
Do you remember where, I think you started to say it earlier, do you remember where you were when you got the call?
I was at firehouse number 2.
Okay, within Colts Neck?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of getting this call, did you respond anywhere?
Yes, I attempted to respond to the residents.
Okay. Now, back in 2018, did patrol vehicles in Colts Neck, for the Colts Neck Police Department, did they have any like recording devices or anything like that within the vehicles themselves?
They had MVRs. Okay.
Now going back to 2018, did the Colts Neck Police Department in 2018, did you guys have body worn cameras at that point in time?
We did not.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Colts Neck Police Department ultimately received body worn cameras?
I believe either in 2019 or 2020, a few years later.
But as of November 20th, 2018, you did not have a body worn camera?
We did not.
Okay. You didn't possess one, the department didn't have any?
No, we did not.
Now, do you recall if at any point during your response to Willowbrook Road, was your recording in your vehicle, was it activated?
The recording activates once the lights are turned on in the vehicle.
Okay. Do you recall like the nature of the call to Willowbrook Road?
I recall it was just coming over as a structure fire.
Okay, structure fire. I wasn't sure if you said yes. Okay, sorry. Now, when you learned of this incident, you said you had to activate your lights and sirens for the camera to come on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, did you in fact, as part of your response, did you activate those lights and sirens?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so as a result of that, did you confirm later that your response was partially captured on video?
Yes.
Okay, and have you reviewed that video over the course of time or in preparation for testimony in this case?
Yes, I've reviewed.
Okay. And based upon your review of that motor vehicle recording, can you tell us whether or not it was actually accurate or appeared to be accurate based upon your recollection from that day?
Yes, it appeared to be accurate.
Now, as part of your preparation for trial, I want to ask you if you had the occasion to look at any of the your colleagues' MVR reports.
I have seen it.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show defense counsel S101 now, S102. Just going to show you first what's been marked already as S101 for identification. What is that?
Appears to be the MBR from my vehicle car 23.
Okay, and it's on a DVD, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And like I said previously, S101, which appears to capture the MVR from your car number 23 on that date, you have reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
And you said it was accurate?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you also S102 for identification. You recognize that?
It is the MBR for patrolling the Caesars in that car 25.
Okay. Was he one of the other Colts Neck police officers that responded that day to 15 Willowbrook Drive?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And when you looked at least a portion of his MVR, did it appear to accurately capture, the surroundings of 15 Willowbrook and some observations of you and others?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, just quickly, so before we get into the actual video, you activate your lights and sirens and you drive to 15 Willowbrook Drive, right?
That's correct.
Can you just tell us generally before we watch it, can you just tell us like the route of travel or the approximate route of travel?
So leaving the firehouse, I would have to get onto Conover Road. I would come up to a light. I made a left onto State Route 34, and then I made a right onto Willowbrook Road.
You make a right onto Willowbrook Road, you said, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You turn onto Willowbrook Road, you start driving down the street?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know where 15 Willowbrook was, like off the top of your head?
I had not previously been to the residence.
Okay. So you find 15?
Yes.
What do you do?
I pulled into the driveway.
Okay. And is it a long driveway? Is it a short driveway? Medium?
Relatively long.
You have some long driveways in Colts Neck, I imagine, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, once you pulled into the driveway, where did you actually go with the vehicle?
I parked what appeared to be a safe distance from the residence.
Were you closer to the street, though, or closer to the
Closer
house?
to the residence.
Now, we just asked for permission to publish S101, the MVR for Officer Mazzicola, car number 23.
Pass along. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Now, just before we start, okay, so you have this video, if we could pause it, in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just tell us quickly what you see there?
It is the Colts Neck Fire Department, number 2.
Okay, is that where you were when you first learned of this call?
Yes, I was parked there.
Okay, we can pause. Thank you. Now, as of right now, there's no sound, correct?
No, not yet.
Why is that?
In the MVR cameras devices, it usually, I think, a 30-second delay before there's audio.
Pause it for 1 second, just for purposes of the record. Is there a date and time on that video?
Yes, there's.
What does it say?
11/20 of 2018 at 12:33 p.m.
Okay. And it indicates Colts Neck PD, and does it have your name and car number?
Yes, name and car number, yes.
One second. Does the did the audio start to come on?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and this intersection right here, what's the intersection?
It'd be Conover Road and Route 34.
Okay, so you are now going, is it fair to say you're about to make a left turn onto Route 34?
Yes,
Next to head, what direction?
to head northbound.
Now, did you see two individuals at the foot of the driveway there?
Yes, as I approached the house.
Okay, did you specifically have contact with either of those two individuals?
I spoke with the email subject.
Okay. And did you learn if he was one of the 911 callers?
At that time, I did not know if he was. Time is at 12:35 p.m.
Okay, now, to be clear, this just documented your arrival at 15 Willowbrook.
That's correct.
And when you were pulling up the driveway, did you make any initial observations? The confirmation of potential structure fire?
I saw a haze above the residence.
Okay, you didn't, did you see smoke?
A light smoke, but no fire at that time.
Okay, so when you say no fire at that time, did you see any flames?
No visible flames too as I approached it.
Okay, now, okay, you can keep going. Sorry. Were you the first police officer or any type of first responder on scene that day?
Yes, I was responding first officer.
Did other officers eventually arrive?
Yes.
There's an officer on the scene at this time.
That's me.
Pause. Sorry. I'm trying to lose the times, but, you start to head in another direction. Can you tell us where you're going and why?
To the northwest area of the house.
Okay. And was anyone over there at that point in time yet, or not?
I believe at that moment, Patrolman Miyakawa had shown up and had drawn my attention to the front yard.
Okay. And based upon him drawing your attention to the front yard, is that why you headed in that direction?
Yes.
And can you describe for us what, if anything, you found over in that area?
In the northwest corner of the residence, in the grass, we observed a body lying face down.
We're gonna get back to that in a second, but can you just keep going over? Tell us if you recognize who that individual is in the middle of the screen?
That is a Patrolman Savage at the time.
Okay. Did you see any other potential observations that were not there when you first arrived?
Flames were beginning to come emanate from looks like the basement of the house.
Where you are when this is going on, but just generally speaking, could you tell us where you were? We'll get into what you were doing later, but where you were?
On the west side of the residence.
The west side of the residence. Do you come back to the front of the home?
Yes, I do.
So do you see anyone reappear in the frame?
Yes, that's Patrolman Miyakawa and myself.
And who's in the front?
Patrolman Miyakawa. We're attempting to see if to gain access to the residence.
And what are you about to actually do there?
Open the door.
Are you saying smoke came out of the door?
Yes. Lieutenant says.
Now, you talked about earlier, you did review portions of, I think you said Officer DeCaesar's MVR, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask to play that now, at least a portion of it.
Ms. Massalone, any objection to this?
No, the state had already showed me that.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like a little bit of a different view on the screen, correct?
That is correct.
Like a wide screen? Correct? Widescreen?
Widescreen, yes, that's
For the
correct.
record. And does it indicate the same thing, Colton Police Department, but the officer's name and car number?
That is correct.
Okay, and what's it say there?
CMPD Stephen DeCesar, car number 25.
Fast, maybe try to fast forward just a little bit more, just for. All right, we're just gonna go. Now, Officer DeCesar, for the record, he just arrived, correct?
That is correct.
What time is it on that clock?
12:38 p.m.
Okay, and in that, in a portion of that video, do you see anyone there?
Yes, you can see myself and Patrolman Miyakawa.
Okay. Do you see anyone else near that tree near the driveway?
Yes.
And do you know who that is?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, was there any point in time when anyone from your agency had interaction with one of the 911 callers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that area where, can you just circle the area on the screen for purposes of, just to be clear, where you and Officer Miyakawa are right now?
This is 102.1.
Thank you. Okay. Can we keep playing? On the scene, or at least in the video. Do you know who that is?
That is Patrolman DeCesar.
Okay. So he's now exited that vehicle that's pulled up, and he's carrying something, right?
He's carrying first aid gear.
You or Officer Miyakawa are heading somewhere right now. Is that accurate based on the motor vehicle recording?
That's correct.
Okay, where are you going?
We're heading toward the west side of the residence.
Now, why did you guys go over there?
We had viewed an open door.
Now, hold the mic. Now, does that NVR, does that run for like a significant period of time? Is there a time on the bottom of the screen?
3 hours and 42 minutes.
What, if anything, did you and DeCesar and anyone else, I think Savage, did you do with your vehicles at some point?
Once we was a confirmed structure fire, we moved them out of the driveway to move them out of the way so the fire department could then start attacking the flames.
So I want to just talk to you about that area where you're seeing and Miyakawa are seeing, and then DeCesar approaches. What was located in that area?
Body.
And who was the first person officer-wise to approach the body?
Patrolman Miyakawa.
And were you the next?
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, efforts did either one of you do to determine whether or not the person was actually alive?
We checked for a pulse.
And tell us what happened.
We approached the body. We checked for a pulse, and we called that the subject was 1029, which means deceased.
That was radio.
That was put over the radio.
Now, when you and on that video, when you and Miyakawa, you said went to the west. Spot.
Yes, Patrolman Caesar stayed with the body.
Can you just, for purposes of understanding, can you describe what the body ultimately looked like when you first encountered it?
The body was face down with his legs crossed. The arms were tucked underneath the body with the sweatshirt up, and I believe, to my recollection, the hood was up over the head.
Now, you and Miyakawa went around the west side, you said, correct?
That is correct.
And the Caesar did what?
You remained with the body.
Just showing defense counsel what the mark is S1C, slide 131. Officer, you recognize this photograph or what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, what does that show?
The subject relocated on the front door.
Does that fairly and accurately depict essentially what the body looked like when you encountered it?
Yes.
Permission to briefly publish.
Ms. Massalone?
Again, is that essentially the way that the body looked when you found it?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you take it down? Now, talk about going around the west side of the house. Can I have slide one, S1C, slide 27, please? S1C, slide 27. Officer, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that's the west side of the residence.
Okay. Now, you talked about previously encountering, or I think you said that you and Miyakawa went to the west side because you saw something open. What was that?
There was a doorway open.
Okay, and that doorway that was open, that observation you made, is it depicted in that photograph?
Yes, could be seen behind the retaining wall.
Okay. Can you see or can you point out within that picture from that angle what you saw?
Should I be a circle?
Yes, please. Can we capture that, please? Thank you.
Okay, so this will be S-1C 27.1.
Now, did you ultimately, did you and Officer Miyakawa, did you get closer to that? Did you approach that area?
Yes, we attempted to gain entry into the residence.
I'm going to show you, if I may, S1C, slide 120, 128, please. You can undo, yeah, perfect. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, the doorway.
Okay, now, there's a cone there, correct?
That's correct.
Was that there when you encountered it?
When I was on scene, it was not there.
The lighting is different in this picture than when you encountered it, fair to say, right?
That is correct.
It's a little darker here.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I have slide 129 of S1C as well? Is that just a closer up view of that door?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, can you just tell me what happened when you and Miyakawa actually approached that door?
We attempted to start going into the residence, and we were backed off by smoke.
Okay. Now, I want to just be clear. Did you go in this, or did you attempt to go in this door first, or the one in the front that we watched a little bit earlier?
We attempted to go in this doorway first.
Okay. So, obviously, I wanted to play the MVRs, but you went here first to this door, and then back around to the front.
That's right.
And were you able to make entry safely into either of those entryways?
No, thick smoke stopped us in both occasions.
And again, at this location right here, this door, when you attempted, at least made some sort of attempt to go inside, did you make any observations of anything other than smoke? Did you see flames?
At that time, it was just heavy, thick smoke.
Now, after trying to get in there, we know you went back around, correct?
That's correct.
And were other officers, other than the ones you described so far, Savage, Miyakawa, and the Caesar, did other officers start coming?
Yes, the rest of our department started showing up.
And at some point thereafter, did any fire personnel or apparatus arrive?
Yes.
Okay, and was that response small, large, or something else?
Well, very large response by the fire departments.
Now, after you go to this door and then the front door, is that when you moved your vehicle approximately?
Yes.
Okay, and did everybody move their vehicles?
Yes, all the patrol vehicles were moved out of the driveway.
And as far as your actions at the scene, once, everyone else from the department shows up and then all the fire personnel showed up, can you tell us generally what it is that you did or what you were told to do?
We used crime scene tape to make a border around the body, and then I was then designated to be at the end of the driveway doing a crime scene lock.
Just if I could have S1C slide 124 very briefly. You talked about crime scene tape. Can you explain that in relation to slide 124?
To preserve the area around the body, we attempted to use the crime scene tape. We used the trees to make a border around it so that it wasn't trampled or, the fire department as they came on scene didn't get all over it.
Okay. And that photo, and if I didn't ask you about others, did they all accurately kind of show what it is you saw on November 20th, 2018 when you first arrived to Cold Snack at 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, they did.
You think that can? Let me see. All right, I don't have any further questions.
Cross? Sure.
Good afternoon, sir, officer. I'm gonna approach you with what's been marked as D 1-301, 1-300, and 1-303. Do you recognize what is depicted in each of these three photographs, which I'm showing you at once?
I believe aerial views of the residence.
And when you say the residence, you're referring to 15 Willowbrook,
Yes, that's correct.
And these photos, they were, do you see the smoke in one of the photos?
Yes, I did.
And the responders on scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so this was, would you agree that this is taken like the day that you responded?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe these cars and trucks arrived after you were there, right?
Yes, they arrived after.
Because you were pretty much the first officer there.
Yes, that's correct.
And before I publish these to the jury, would you be able to, if I put them on the screen, circle the doors that you found, the ones that were, I think one was open and one was unlocked? Do you see them depicted in these photos?
Yes, it's separate photos. Yes, I see.
Okay. All right, so let's start with. I'm going to start with D1-301. Okay. Officer, do you recognize this to be the residence of 15 Willowbrook, as you just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, there's a stylist. Do we have that? Oh, perfect. Can you just circle, before you do anything, let me ask you this. Am I correct that there were two separate doors that you attempted to, or that you found to be either unlocked or opened?
That is correct.
Okay, let's start with the door that was open. Which door was open? Can you see it in this photo?
Not in this one.
Is it because can you point to, is it like here in this area? Or is it here?
I'll circle.
How about an arrow? Can you point an arrow to where it would be? Okay, so it's around the back side of the house.
Yes, on the west side.
Because what we're looking at here is like, this is the front of the house, right?
That's correct.
With the driveway. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so if you're facing the house and you walk around the back to the right, this is where you do the arrow, that's where the unlocked door is.
The open door.
Or sorry, the open door.
Yes.
Okay, can you just put an O for open? Okay, and where, do you see the unlocked door depicted in this photo? Maybe circle it or, okay, perfect. And can you do like a U for unlocked? Okay,
Thank you. Can you capture that one? Thank you so much.
301.1.
There is a button on the bottom that says undo. If you hold it down, it'll all come up at once. And now I'm going to show 1-300. Now, is this the back of the house of what we just saw?
Yes, this is the south side of it.
This is the opposite side.
That's correct.
Okay, to the best of your ability, can you again just circle or draw an arrow to where the open door was? So we can orient ourselves. Okay, now the unlocked door you probably can't see in this photo, right?
That's correct.
It's, if you want to just draw an arrow generally toward the front of the house, then, okay. All right. Capture that?
That's the one you said that was 300 or 303? The one that's on there now?
300.
300, thank you. So that's 300.1.
Sir, not sure if you testified to this on direct, but do you recall when you found Mr. Keith Caneiro on scene? There was also a cell phone next to him?
That's correct. There was a cell phone.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
No, thank you, Judge.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you. Prosecutor, call your next witness.
Stay close, Detective Richards.
Oh, sir, just watch your step as you come up. Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name and spell your last name, please?
Richard Zarillo, Zarrillo.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective. Are you currently employed?
I am not.
Are you retired?
I am retired.
Where were you employed prior to your retirement?
I was employed with the Colts Neck Township Police Department from 2003 till 2020.
Okay. What, if any, training did you have to become a police officer?
I attended the Monmouth County Police Academy.
Okay, and after that, did you go to Colts Neck or did you go someplace else?
I went to Colts Neck, a year in patrol, assigned to the Detective Bureau in 2004.
Where did you work prior to the Colts Neck Police Department and prior to the academy?
For the New York City Fire Department as an emergency medical technician from 1992 until 2002 when I took my leave.
Now, back in November of 2018,
Yes,
you were a detective with the Colts Neck Police Department?
yes.
Okay, what were your hours like?
Typically 8:30 to 4:30 p.m.
I want to draw your attention specifically now to November 20th of 2018. Were you working that day?
I was.
And what, if any, notifications or dispatches did you receive at about 12:34 p.m.?
The dispatcher had dispatched patrols to a residential fire, and then later on it was believed that there was a body on the front lawn of the location.
Okay, did you get an address for that residential fire?
15 Willowbrook.
What did you do upon receiving that notification?
We waited until we had confirmation, and then myself and my partner at the time was Sergeant Santucci, and we responded to the location.
About what time did you arrive on scene?
Approximately 12:40, I believe.
And how did you get there?
Drove my assigned vehicle there
Were you by yourself or were you with someone else?
with the Detective Sergeant Santucci
Where did you park when you arrived?
on the northbound side of Willowbrook Drive, across from the structure.
Who was already present on scene when you got there?
I believe it was Patrolman Mazzicola, DeCesar, Miyakawa, and Savage had arrived as well.
At about the time you arrived, did any other officers then arrive as well?
From my department, they were sporadic when they got there.
Did any other agencies arrive on scene?
The fire department from Colts Neck and Naval Weapons Station all arrived on the scene.
Can you tell us what your observations were when you first arrived at 15 Willowbrook?
Out there, I saw the structure a couple of 100 feet off of the roadway, smoke coming out of one side of the structure.
Can you describe the property for us?
It's a large property, a few acres. The residence was a two-story stucco structure. The front door was facing the north side of the of the roadway. So looking at the structure, the front door faces north on Willowbrook. The east side would be to my left. The west side would be to my right of the location.
Did you take note of any cameras or anything like that affixed to the house?
When I got onto the property, there were surveillance cameras on the exterior of the house.
Do you recall specifically where?
A couple on the corners again, some time ago.
And did you take note of any solar panels?
There was a solar panel array on the west side of the property.
Were photos taken of this scene?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to view those photos?
at some point, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S1C slide 5, S1C slide 124, 27, 128, 129, and 130, as well as S1E slide 24, 19, 22, and 23, and 21. Do you want to take a look at these? These are both-
Mr. Murray, do you have any objection to them being published?
We do not, Judge.
Okay, so we don't have to go through that step.
So we can just hold on one second. That's from the. Could you please have S1C slide 5? Second, can you just tell us what we're looking at here?
The front of the structure of the residence.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Just to orient us, if you're facing the house, the east side would be where?
East side would be to the left of the house.
Now, when you entered the scene, did you and Detective Santucci enter together?
We entered the property together. I believe at one point he went to talk with Officer Mazzicola and the 911 caller, and then I started my check of the structure in the scene.
Where specifically did you go first?
Patrolman DeCesar was with the deceased subject on the floor, and I went right to where he was first,
Okay, and where was that in relation to the home?
on the west side of the structure, on the corner.
Okay, and what specifically was he doing over there?
He was protecting the deceased at the time.
Was
Make
there
sure
any-
nobody was there.
Was there any tape already set up when you went over there?
I don't recall.
What, if any, notifications did you make at that time?
I notified the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and asked for the major crime supervisor to contact me.
Can you describe what observations you made of the deceased subject?
He was prone or face down. He had a hoodie on. I could see there was a hole in the back of the hoodie, and I could see it looked like an injury. His hands were underneath him. His legs were crossed.
Did you learn the deceased's name at some point?
At some point, yes.
And what was that?
Keith Caneiro.
Did you learn whether or not he was the homeowner at 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, we did.
When you first observed Keith's body, was anything covering him?
No, it was not.
Shortly thereafter, did somebody provide something to cover up the body?
I believe we got a sheet from the first aid squad to cover him.
And then after that, was there something else?
Red tarp was put on top of it.
Did you do anything at that point to check Keith's body?
Yes, I rolled him over to check to see if he was deceased. He was pulseless and breathless. There was a red blood, what I believe to be blood solidified underneath him.
And did you make any other observations about the body?
He was stiff to the touch.
Now, how long did you remain on scene for?
For several hours, I was at the scene.
And did Keith's body remain in that location the entire time?
Once I finished, I rolled him back into the position I found him, and then he was covered and stayed there until the medical examiner's office removed him.
We could please have slide S1E slide 24. Slide 25, I'm sorry.
25.
Second, can you just explain to us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the deceased covered with a sheet on the the west side of the structure.
Now, what is behind where the body was located?
There's a tree, and then right behind the tree is the meter pan assembly, where the meter is to the house.
After you examined Keith's body, where did you go?
I went to the corner of the house where the meter is.
Okay, and what, if any, observations did you make while you were over there?
That the electrical service meter was removed from the panel and the pan cover was on the ground.
And where was the meter?
Also on the ground.
Are you able to see on the ground where they are right now from this picture? Did you make any observations about the electrical service box itself at that point?
It was open, the wires were exposed, and there was a handle. Later found out it's called a bypass handle that was in the down position.
What do you mean the bypass handle? What is that?
It's used to secure the meter in place. It's also used to bypass electrical service.
So when you get to the scene and you make these observations, about how long was it after you were on scene that you make these observations?
Within a few moments of me being there.
Okay. And while you were on scene, did you see anybody over in that particular area at any point?
No.
Okay. Was JCP&L there at that point?
They were not.
Should be 19 slide, S1E slide 19, it should be this. Now, did anyone make contact with you while you were over by the meter area?
Yes.
And who was that?
One of the Colts Neck firefighters, Dave Paulson.
Okay, and specifically, what, if anything, did he direct your attention to?
He said on one of the back porches of the house, he observed what he believed was a live intact bullet on the ground.
Okay. When you say a live intact bullet, can you just explain what that is?
Bullet has two main components plus the powder, three main components plus the powder. The bullet itself was the shell casing, and the projectile was still in the front of the bullet. So that would make it an intact, or believed to be live round at that point.
Okay. And when he informed you of that, what, if anything, did you do as a result of that?
I left Officer DeCesar with the deceased. I went to the location, I observed the round, and I requested somebody bring me a traffic cone from one of the patrol cars.
Okay. What did you do with that?
I covered the round where it was for evidentiary value.
Where in relation, if you could, and we'll come back to the photos, but where in relation to Keith's body was that bullet?
He was found on the side of the home off the corner. That was, 50, 100 feet difference from where he was.
Were there any doors that were near that area where that live round was found?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice anything about those doors?
One of them was open. Fire operations were ongoing inside the house, so I couldn't tell if it was they who opened it or it was open prior to that.
What, if any, notifications did you make at that point?
I was in touch with Sergeant Chapman from the prosecutor's office, advised him of the scene and what we had observed, and he said that his office would be sending officers to help us.
Did you speak to anyone else after him?
I'm sure, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you recall speaking to a detective, Brian Weisbrot?
Yes. Of the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. He had contacted me after I spoke with Detective Sergeant Chapman.
Yeah, what, if any, information did you provide at that point to Detective Weisbrot?
He asked if I knew the homeowner's name, and I did. And I told him it was Keith Caneiro, and he advised me that he was at a... Objection.
Sustained.
I just want to know what you told him.
I told him that I was at the residence of Keith Caneiro.
Were you made aware of any other? Oh, wait, was there an objection?
Not again.
Okay. Were you made aware?
Was there? I didn't hear it.
I thought I heard something
I
else.
objected, Will. I objected.
Before, and I sustained it.
Yes.
Oh,
There's not a second one.
There was
I
not.
just didn't hear it.
Oh, that's okay. I'm hearing things. It's fine.
Were you made aware of any other investigations that were happening in Monmouth County without telling me anything anyone said? Were you made aware of anything?
Yes.
And what specifically were you aware of?
Residential.
What's the objection? I'm sorry.
You're saying it. I'm sorry.
Don't say anything that anyone else says to you. You can only say what you said to that particular person.
Understood.
Okay? So re-ask your question so it's appropriate that he can answer it. I'll sustain the objection if there was hearsay to it. Go ahead.
Were you made aware of any, or did you know about any other investigations that were occurring at this time?
I learned of another fire
Okay, and where was that?
in Monmouth County in Ocean Township.
Did you learn the homeowner's name there of that fire?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Paul Caneiro,
What was the address?
27 Tilton Drive.
Now, at this point, are fire operations in full force at 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, fire operations were ongoing for quite some time there.
After you spoke with Detective Weisbrot, what, if any, other information did you learn about the inside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
That there were additional deceased victims inside the house.
Okay, and specifically, where were those additional deceased victims located?
One was in the kitchen, one was next to the staircase, and one was on the landing of the staircase.
When you say the landing of a staircase, can you be more specific?
The staircase going from the first floor to the second floor, there was a deceased victim on the floor prior to the steps, and at the halfway point, there's a landing connecting the staircases.
What, if anything, did you advise firefighters to do or not do when you learned that information?
I asked them not to move any of the victims if possible, unless it was because of fire operations or for safety concerns.
Why is that?
In the event that there was evidence to be collected or how the victims were found, we wanted it to remain intact as much as possible.
Now, despite your advisement, what, if anything, happened a short while later?
One of the victims was brought out of the residence.
Okay, can you explain what, if anything, you observed about that?
It was a young female child that was brought out of the residence.
And how was the child brought out?
She was carried by a couple of firefighters, partially clothed, her on the ground in front of the garage area, and then ultimately covered her as well.
Did you learn her name at some point?
Sophia Caneiro.
And did you learn her age?
I believe she was 8 years old.
What observations did you make of the little girl's body at that point?
She had what looked like stab wounds on her.
Was Sophia covered up with anything?
We covered her with a sheet.
I want to draw your attention now to about 1:15, 1:30 p.m. Who else arrived on scene at that point?
I believe there were detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office that arrived on scene.
From what? I'm sorry.
From the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, Forensics Unit.
Forensics, okay. Did you know, generally speaking, what their role was on the scene?
In larger scenes, the county office comes out to assist. They'll photograph the scene, collect any evidence, process any evidence that's collected at the scene.
And as they are arriving on scene, do other detectives also arrive on scene at some point from any other agencies?
From the prosecutor's office as well, from the major crimes unit.
Okay. And is there a point in time when you're sharing information that you've already learned with them?
Yes.
Now, do you recall, or I should ask you this, did you have a counterpart? Were you the lead detective in this case?
For Colts Neck Township, yes.
Did you have a counterpart from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Major Crimes Unit as a lead detective?
Yes, Detective Patrick Petrozello.
What time approximately did he arrive on scene?
I'm not really sure of the times. It wasn't that much long later.
Do you recall who the first crime scene unit detective was from the prosecutor's office to arrive?
Detective Flanagan, I believe.
When he arrived, what did he do?
I explained to him what was going on, and then he just started documenting the scene.
I want to draw your attention now, to about 2:30 p.m. Were fire suppression efforts still underway at that point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, what was placed in the driveway area at that point next to the garage?
Requested a pop-up tent be set up
And what was the purpose of that?
to cover the victims.
So just to be clear, were the victims' bodies moved underneath the pop-up tent?
Yes.
Did there come a time when the two remaining deceased individuals inside the house were removed from the house?
Yes.
Can you describe how they were removed from the home?
Also by firefighters, they were extracted from the residence. The little boy was brought out. I don't know if I have the order correct, I'm sorry. The boy was brought out, also partially clothed. He had wounds on him as well, possibly stab wounds. And then an adult female was brought out of the residence. She was burned very, very badly, full thickness burns to see muscle structure on her body.
Did you learn the little boy's name?
Jesse,
Jesse Caneiro?
yes.
And did you learn his age?
I believe he was 11 at the time.
Now, at around that time, did the structural integrity of 15 Willowbrook Road become a concern?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was requested of firefighters at that point?
They said that the structure, where they weren't sure what the stability of it, they asked if they could find any kind of electronics, DVR, video recording equipment that could be removed from the structure.
And why did you make that request?
Seeing cameras on the outside, if there were any recordings of what went on prior to this, we wanted to see that.
And as a result of that request, what, if anything, did you see them do?
They did remove some electronic equipment from the location.
Now, were family members of the deceased identified or spoken to that afternoon?
Yes, by members of the investigative team.
Okay, do you recall who specifically was spoken to?
We spoke with Jennifer's parents, I believe, were spoken to at our headquarters or at the prosecutor's office. I know that Paul Caneiro's family was spoken to by members as well, and at some point, Corey was spoken to.
Okay, who was Corey?
Corey is also a brother in the Caneiro family.
Okay, and was there also a babysitter that was spoken to?
Yes, she was later identified and spoken to.
Were there any concerns about her potentially being in the house at some point?
Yes, earlier, when we realized that there were people still unaccounted for at the early onset of the scene, one of the neighbors had said that there may have been a babysitter that they hadn't seen, and that's what we were looking for as well.
At about a little after 4 p.m., what agency arrived on scene?
Probably the medical examiner's office arrived on the scene.
Okay, and what did they do?
They were there to confirm the deceased and then assist in the investigation, process the victims, and then remove them to their office.
Okay. Were you with them when they were examining the victims' bodies?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make any further observations about the children?
We was able to see the multiple stab wounds in both children.
And did one child appear to have a wound in someplace in particular?
Sophia had a knife wound, I believe, in her left eye and on her head.
As part of your job as a detective in Colts-Neck back in 2018, was there anything that you would review on a daily basis when you arrived to work in the morning?
Every morning I would review the last 24 hours worth of calls.
When you say calls, what kinds of calls would you be reviewing?
Any dispatch or a car stop or any interaction that the officers had in the last 24 hours, I would see every call for service.
How specifically would you review those calls?
The dispatch system at the time was such that we could run a report with parameters based on times in our area of responsibility.
When you got to work that morning, so prior to you responding to the scene, when you got to work on the morning of November 20th of 2018, did you review the calls from the night before?
I did.
Okay, and at some point in time when you were on scene, did you recall anything about what you reviewed?
Yes.
And what was that?
Approximately at 3 a.m., there was a call for shots fired.
And where specifically was that
I
call?
believe it was in the area of Rivers Edge Drive, and Patrolman Zoppi responded to the location.
Do you know what the outcome of his response was?
At the time, it was unfounded. There was nothing heard or seen at the time.
Did you learn the name of the person that made that call to 911?
I believe it was Kapora with the last name.
And where is, you indicated, where did that call specifically come from?
Laird near River's Edge.
What was the distance in mileage, if you could, between that area and 15 Willowbrook Road?
2 to 3 miles difference.
Now, we talked about how some of the family members of the deceased were identified and spoken to that day.
Yes.
Did there come a time when officers spoke with the victim Keith's brother, Corey Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay, and his wife, Elisa?
Yes.
Okay, generally speaking, where did that occur?
Lisa was spoken to, I believe, township police officers at some point, and then later in the day, I spoke with Corey Caneiro with Detective Petrozello.
When was contact made with Corey?
Later, about 7 p.m.-ish, 7:30-ish,
Okay, and where was he located at that point?
in Pennsylvania.
Okay, and do you know why he was located there?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. The only way to know it is through hearsay.
At some point, did you have the opportunity to speak with Corey?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that come about?
Detective Petrozello contacted him and arranged for a meeting with him. He said he advised us he was in Pennsylvania and he would meet us out there.
Okay, and specifically, did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get? Let me ask you this: when did you leave the scene?
Probably close to 7:30 or 8 o'clock, that area,
Okay, and where specifically did you go?
to the Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Police Department.
Okay, when you got there, about what time was it?
I believe it was about 9:30.
What time?
9:30-ish.
Okay, and who arrived shortly thereafter?
Keith Caneiro arrived shortly after.
Okay, and did you get to speak with him that night?
We did.
What did you talk to?
Keith Caneiro.
No.
I'm sorry, Corey Caneiro. My apologies.
How long were you and Detective Petrozello speaking with Corey for?
1 to 2 hours.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you advise him at the conclusion of that meeting?
That we would meet with him again to possibly take a formal statement
Okay, and did you in fact meet with him again to take a formal statement?
the following day
Okay, and where was that?
at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Prior to leaving the Bethlehem Police Department, were you and Detective Petrozello in contact with the investigative team?
Yes.
Now, when you left the Bethlehem Police Department, where did you go?
We responded back to the scene at 15 Willowbrook.
And what time was that about?
Might have been close to 11:30.
So now are we into November 21st of 2018?
We're getting into the following day, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the scene at that point?
Fire operations had concluded. There was a manned engine company there for fire watch, and members of Colts-Neck Township and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office were on scene securing it.
All right, let's stop it there. We're going to stop it there for the day. Too early, but I like you guys. So I feel like this is a good place to stop before we continue on. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you home for today. You'll be back here at the same time tomorrow morning. We may tomorrow take a witness out of turn. Sometimes we do that. If that's the case, we end up doing that. I'll let you know and we'll talk about that. But just go home tonight. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. You learned a lot of information today. Just keep it all in your head. That's where it stays. Just have a good night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thank you.
I know y'all can't follow the rules for crap, but y'all heard the judge. Go home, take it easy, go get on Discord. Don't talk about this case. Y'all can talk about the purses that's coming. Everybody, they coaches that's coming. SD got her coach. We will be back in this case tomorrow morning, guys. Right? Our other case is not going to be streaming tomorrow, so we only got this case tomorrow. Unless we go over there and look at some of the school shooting one. But y'all don't talk about this case. Don't discuss with your family members. I need y'all to be able to keep an open mind for those that still are open to the possibility that he could be not guilty. And for those that already know he's guilty, well, I can't change your mind. If you one of the ones that we gotta work backwards. But I want to say thank you to everybody who hung out. We got through all our trials today, and we'll be right back up in it tomorrow, and Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Saturday, and Sunday. Uvalde. I don't know. I want to call that so many different names. No, we are going to be doing this trial tomorrow morning. SD. No, we're doing this trial. We're doing it early. The all-pair trial does not come back to the courtroom until Tuesday. So we'll be doing this trial at its regular start time. Well, we'll probably start it a little later than their start time. They start at 6:30 in the morning, but we'll start 7. Yeah, we won't be in that courtroom. We're gonna be in this courtroom watching this one. Because our all-pair trial is not currently on. Yeah, I'm about to get ready to go hit that treadmill for the night. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to everybody that came out to help out. Thank you. And yeah, I'll put the alert up for the other trial, for this trial.
Sweet pea taps in, the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl should tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. woman in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Bucket loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.